Morning. It is 9 o'clock. We're going to start on time. I'm Brent Hugh. I'm Executive Director of the Missouri Bicycle and Pedestrian Federation. Want to welcome everyone who's here, as well as the people who are joining us virtually. For our first event, we are going to have a welcome from our Mayor of Jefferson City, Ron Fitzwater.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody being out on this beautiful Friday morning. I was just talking to David Bangy. I said, man, it's 75 degrees out. I bet you guys would rather be on your bikes. We don't get this kind of weather in mid-August, but thanks for being here. This is a very important part of our city and what we're trying to present for our community. So we really appreciate community involvement, people getting involved in our progress and activities here. So thank you for coming out on a Friday morning. Look forward. I've kind of gone through the agenda. I had a chance to meet Mr. Roberts last night, I think. So welcome to Jefferson City again. We look forward to your input. And I hope you have a great day. We've got great staff here in Jefferson City to take care of you. They're very excited about this piece of our plan, and we're looking forward to what comes out of it. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yeah, I have to say, the work Jefferson City has done, say in the past 10 years, has been really amazing. You're going to see some of that. They're doing a session later, and then you'll see some of it on the biking and walking tours. If you bike to the summit, and don't forget that you can always do that next year, but we saw some of it on the way to the summit. It was a real nice little tour. I'd like to recognize everyone who's coming, but I want to recognize specifically Representative Bruce Sassman, who's joining us. Stand up, Bruce, and wave. Make sure to say hi to Bruce. Bruce has been one of our great champions here in Jefferson City, particularly for the Rock Island Trail. Has got a lot of things done and is going to get a lot more with our help, right, Bruce? I also want to recognize our summit has an organizing committee. A lot of people have done a lot of work over the past years. So could you stand up, everybody who's on the organizing committee? David and Katrina are two of them from Jefferson City. Done great work. Tess and Mara, Krista. And then interestingly enough, several of our organizing committee can't make it. They just had conflicts or whatever. But so we even had more. Oh, Wes. Is Wes here? Hey, Wes. Wes has been real helpful too this year. So thank you all. A few more just organizing announcements. Restrooms are just around the corner. If you have to go to the other building, there are restrooms over there too. When we split up into the breakouts, there are actually 3 rooms. So one of them is here, one of them is right across the hall, and then one of them is a little bit across the parking lot. It's the fire department annex. And we'll have someone out there to help you. And there's a nice map in your program. That's why I'm holding this up. And there will be someone to help direct you out there. It's not too far. So one thing, I don't want everyone to just sit here by inertia and fill up this one room. Let's get all 3 rooms kind of evenly filled. So don't be afraid to go out there. If you're slow as a turtle, it might take you 10 minutes to walk over there, but at most. So anyway, do be aware there's 3 rooms. And that brings up, we did have one cancellation, and that is the What's the Buzz About Electric Bike session, which is in the 4th breakout, and it's over in that room. So that one is canceled. Poor Mandy came down with COVID just a few days ago, so hope she's doing better. But otherwise, everything is just according to the schedule that's in the program. What you'll notice with the program is at the very first, there's kind of an overview schedule, just lists the sessions and titles and presenters. Then if you keep going, once you get to the lunch options, then we get into detailed bios and descriptions about each session. So depending on whether you want all the details, and that goes all the way to the end. So that's why the program is so long. But depending whether you just want to see the schedule real quick, that's at the front. If you want all the details about everything, it's more towards the back. When we do get to lunch, that's on the Town on Your Own in the program. There's some ideas about where you can go. So just, it's real close to walk to several nice places for lunch, but just be sure to be back on time for the 3rd breakout session. You can see our poster right here. I'm with Missouri Bicycle Pedestrian Federation, so I just wanted to mention real quickly, we have 3 amazing events coming up. Hope you'll consider joining us for them. The 26th of this month is Bike Mo. That's in mid-Missouri in Rocheport. And then the 15th through the 17th in Urick, which is out near Clinton, the Katy and Rock Island Trails. We're having the Urick Bike Fest. That's going to be a whole weekend of fun. Gravel rides and paved, so you have your choice, or you can mix and match. And then we're doing the Tour to Wildwood again, October 8th. That's in Wildwood, St. Louis County. And then also mark your calendars. We don't have a definite date, but we always do the summit about this same Friday every year. So you can put that on your calendar, and we'll let you know the details when we get closer. One more thing. Whoops. Pushed it twice. I did want to mention, many of you knew Paul Wojciechowski. Paul, among many other things, was one of the co-founders of this summit, one of the driving forces behind it. We've really missed his energy this year. He was basically the founder of the Kansas and Missouri chapter of the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals, which is one of our co-partners on the summit. And he was a longtime board. He was on, I think he's been on the Mobike Fed board longer than I've been associated with it, which goes back to like 2000. And he was our president, and was real active in planning bicycling, walking. He's probably one of the most influential, like he was an engineer and planner. On that end of things, he probably did about as much as anybody in Missouri over the years. He was involved with every iteration of Bike St. Louis and the Gateway Bike Plan and all those things, very much in St. Louis area. We worked for MoDOT, City of Clayton, City of Wildwood, Alta Planning, and Horner and Schifrin, and a bunch of other things that I don't necessarily know about. Anyways, I just wanted to mention him because he came down with a very severe form of cancer, passed away last year. So just wanted to remember Paul, because he was always here at the summit, and we're really missing him. And then I do want to mention our summit partners, APBP Missouri chapter. If you're working in the bike ped profession, you should join APBP and join it's actually the Missouri-Kansas chapter now, not Missouri. Again, we've mentioned the city of Jefferson does an amazing job, beautiful facilities, and they've been so helpful to staff. Peak is out there helping us with the registration and all that, and then Missouri Rock Island Trail. Well, now they're the Friends of Missouri Rock Island Trail. Chrissa and Rich here from there. Bruce has been associated with them, but they do a great job promoting the Rock Island Trail. So thanks to all those partners. Now we are to the most exciting part of our program, not brand job owning, our keynote. They really represent an amazing and inspiring Missouri community. I think a community we can all learn from. And they're going to talk about revitalizing the rural community 1,000 feet at a time. The community, of course, is Warsaw, Missouri. Last I checked, their population is about 2,200. So if they can do it in Warsaw, you can do it anywhere. I will say they're the county seat for Benton County, which is about 20,000. That's really more their constituency, but still. So who we're going to hear from is Randy Pogue, city administrator. Just raise your hand, Randy. He's been the kind of commander-in-chief over there for a couple of decades. Charles LePage, who's with LePage Engineering and acts as their city engineer. Lauren Moore, who's a water resources engineer with Burns & McDonnell, helped him a lot with all this. And Kylie Clark, who's an urban planner, also with Burns & McDonnell, and has also helped him. And I will mention, I'm not going to sit here and read their bios because they're all in the program in great detail, right? So you can read on your own. But let's welcome them up. And over to their theme. Do you want to do that? And I will say they've had a real exciting event happen to them recently. I'll let them say what it was.
Before they get started, I did want to let everyone know that this room, the way that the microphones work, it picks up any kind of conversation. So if you have any small chats or private conversations, please take them outside.
As long as it's good about us, go for it. I'm okay. Okay. It's an amazing story, amazing voyage for me. Actually, this week, 26 years ago, I started with the city of Warsaw. I had an 18-year construction career that came to an end after a car accident, trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life now that I was having to go to a different direction by doctor's orders. And I remember as a young boy growing up in Clinton, Missouri, my parents taking me down to this community in Warsaw as Truman Dam was being built, Stark Truman Reservoir. And my dad said, someday this is going to be a tourist town. I was probably 8, somewhere around there, 9. So I thought, well, you know, I know they got a tourist department over Central Missouri State University. I said, that stuck in my mind. So I went ahead and went to Central Missouri State University and started studying tourism. And one day my professor pulled me off the side and he said, I was looking at your resume. He said, you got extensive background in construction. So let's individualize your tourism degree. I said, okay, what do we do with that? And he said, we're going to make it tourism planning development. He says, no need you working in a motel. He said, someday maybe you can help some community or area develop. So, okay, let's go with it. And 4 years later, I was looking for an internship. I was getting my name out there. The city of Warsaw called me up to start downtown revitalization. So I started my internship there, put the funds together to do the revitalization, put the nonprofit together, started a facade program. And then my internship was up, and then I thought, okay, what do I do now? Later, that city administrator that I was working for the city of Warsaw called me up, wanted to take me out to breakfast. He says, I've got a new job, and I'm going to recommend you for mine. City administration, I didn't know nothing about city administration. You know, construction worker, went back to school. But they hired me as a city planner, economic developer. And they wanted me to mentor underneath the city clerk, learn city finances and everything, and to work in the position I now have. So it has been an amazing ride, amazing story for me. And in my first year in 1997, I wrote a grant. It was for 1,000 foot of glass fall. It was a recycle grant. And the reason I wrote that grant, the city clerk took me offside one day, and I was sharing my visions with her, where I want to build a community and everything. She said, this is great. She goes, here's reality. She flipped open the books, and there's no money. You know, I mean, really, it was a distressed community. Really, funds were low. So I wrote a grant to build 1,000 foot of glass fault trails. We broke up beer bottles like crazy to take to the asphalt company and use it for aggregate because I wanted an example. I said, I need to show people what we can do along this amazing waterfront. Okay, so we did that. And then along came a recycle grant. We put in a boat slip in the bay. We're on the Lake of the Ozarks, the upper end of the Lake of the Ozarks. We call it the quiet end of the Lake of the Ozarks. You'll see here in a little bit. So we put a boat slip in because we had all this amazing water. There was no access to the downtown. So we put it in what I call a boat slip to nowhere, a ramp that went up to a piece of dirt, and you just had to hike your way out. But it was all a start. Okay, so we started receiving grants over the next few years. I started writing recreation trail grants. And what I found out was if I go over 1,000 foot, I'll spend a lot of money on engineering and contractors and everything. I can't do that. I want quality trails. I kept telling them, we're not going to build quantity, we're going to build quality. You'll see that here in a little bit. So we took on the philosophy, and I took my construction background, and I took my parks and transportation guys out, and I taught them how to shoot grade. I taught them how to put base rock down. I taught them how to pour concrete and set forms. We put conduit in the ground. And I was able to use our budgeted annual costs for those departments as match. So I could take $100,000 of grant money and do 1,000 foot of quality trail. Okay? So now I don't really have to spend any money on contractors, not knocking contractors or anything. I used to be in the industry, but I knew it was going to eat up a lot of the project. So that's how we got started. We got it going and everything. Okay, so before I go any further, I have to thank 5 mayors, multiple aldermen, and a determined community that supported my vision and everything. Like I said, a lot of times people in my business don't last more than 3 or 4 or 5 years. This community has been great. You know, they embraced what I was saying, and soon you will see why all this was worth it. Okay. And I also need to also thank a gentleman, some of you may know by the name of Mac Vorse. Mac was a mountain cyclist down in Nevada. He moved to Warsaw, opened up a restaurant. I got to know him. He was a major bicyclist in our community. He built 21 miles of mountain bike, quality mountain bike area that we didn't put a penny in. He used labor from basically the jail. They had to work off some time, so he used that labor. So I got to always say Mac Vorse is very important to this. Okay, here we go. Okay, the history of Warsaw's revitalization. This is our agenda. This is what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about the steps to quality planning. This is what this is all about. Coming out of my construction background, I knew the importance of reading blueprints and how that got me going, the plans and the specs and everything. So we're going to talk about the quality planning. Warsaw Raise Project is a story of 12 failures and 12 lessons learned. Okay, the Raise Project that we were awarded for this year, I attempted that. 12 failures and 12 lessons learned. That's years. Creating a winning application. This is an evolution of a continuous community improvement. We have improved and we planned, we've improved, as you'll see in a little bit. It's just something that's always ongoing. Planning never stops, okay? And then the benefit cost analysis. Over time, as lessons learned came along through the Raise, we found out that benefit cost analysis is very important, because if you start coming up in your ratings and they start moving you up to close to an award, that benefit cost analysis becomes one of the key factors in the final decisions of getting a Raise grant. Okay, and closing questions. I'm going to lunch and they're going to answer everything. Okay, so that's the way it is. That's new. You didn't know that, did you? Okay. Okay, my team. Okay, of course, me, Charlie LePage. Charlie and I started back in 2003. He worked for a company called CFS Engineers. We selected them to help us do a trail master plan, and we also selected them to do some projects. I was quickly introduced to Charlie, and we hit it off immediately. You know, we start sharing stories about the 70s and all kinds of stuff like that. We won't go any further, but anyways, yeah, you know, but Charlie and I had a special relation that started early, and we really clicked, and Cook, Flat, and Strobel was our engineers for several years. But I always say, this man right here is the reason that I stayed with him. They were good for everything, but him and I just worked together so good. And we've done 99% of the projects in Warsaw. That's just not the trails you're going to see. We're talking about sewer and water, which is very critical. I'll talk about here in a little bit. We've done roadways. We've done all kinds of planning and everything. We don't always agree on everything, but that's good, because we always come out with a better product when we do disagree. Okay, next, Lauren Moore. We decided we need to do a major stormwater study for our area. We have a town branch that comes right down through the center of town and right close to the downtown. And as we've had more and more rains over the years, big rains, we're having more and more flooding. So we went out for qualifications, selected Burns and McDonald to do our stormwater plan. You're gonna say, well, what's that got to do with this? You will soon see why that decision there was so critical in our Raise grant. Okay, next, Kylie. A couple years after Lauren came on board, she became part of our Burns and McDonald team. Kylie's experience in urban planning and being able to do graphics and turn my application into a very professional looking piece of submission. Our first several years, we're just winging it at Warsaw. I mean, we don't have the programs and abilities that they had, and we put together good applications, but it just wasn't flowing the way it needed to. That's where these two really came in important to this application. Okay, so here we go. All right, this is Warsaw in the beginning. There's the town branch on the left, right there. It's the town branch. That's where we had to end up doing a stormwater study. If you notice real close there, the creek was coming in, it was taking out the wall, it was undercutting the building there. I've seen that whole thing full with water going into that house right next to it before. We had to address stormwater. Downtown, this is 1997. Sidewalks are cracking. Actually, whole sections of sidewalks were broken out. You could have grass growing in it. It was a lawsuit waiting to happen. Whoops. Hydrants, fire hydrants are actually in the streets. Crazy. No access, no ADA access. We go to the waterfront. Here, you don't see the slip, but this is my ramp to nowhere, okay? One of my first walks I ever took was on this little path. This is right behind the downtown. This is Drake Harbor where you see the water at. So there was a lot of issues, a lot of things we had to put in order. What do we do to move forward? Do I point in special direction here? There we go. Whoop. Okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit. Okay, 1997. This is one of the first pictures I took in Warsaw. I take a lot of pictures, before, after, during, and here we go again pictures. Okay, so I saw something there. I said, this is Drake Harbor. You see the community building right there. The downtown is just on the other side of the community building. I saw that we had a way to build something that could access the water, be a trail, and become a really key destination on the Lake of the Ozarks. That's very important to understand. Next. And that's what it became today. Okay, that's our boardwalk. I'm gonna talk a little bit more here in a little bit. You can see now my slip to nowhere is now connected to a boardwalk. And through a series of walls, retaining walls we put up, we was able to really turn this ugly slope into a very beneficial piece of our project. Okay, 2010 came along, the Great Recession hit. We was able to get ourselves eligible for sewer water funding. We was also put an application for enhancement to build the boardwalk. So we received the funding for both of them. And right there is where we're starting construction of the boardwalk. We needed a wall to hide this sewer main because we had a sewer project going on. So we built this wall. It actually went up another couple blocks. We was able to put dirt in, cover the sewer main when we put the new sewer main in. And that just left me this slope right here that had to be addressed in the future. But we knew by doing this, someday we would be able to put a walkway here, connected to the boardwalk down below it, and then connect it to the community building. And it's very important in this that right there is the community building because today. Okay, I went backwards, excuse me. We don't have this high-tech stuff in Warsaw. Today. Right there is the sewer main, right there. Here's the boardwalk that was being built right here. Here's the access up to the community building. Everything is ADA. That's our ADA access right there. So now the pieces in the waterfront are coming together. The downtown pieces are coming together. We're in full revitalization of the downtown. And next. This is looking to the south, the other direction. Same thing, sewer main. We're building the wall. We got to come over, flatten this area out, eventually another wall. Today. Same areas. So all this is happening, and that piece of concrete you see right there is 1,100 feet long. That boardwalk that's down below it is 1,000 feet long. Again, staying with that 1,000 foot philosophy of quality. Okay. Now, what happens when you put all these pieces together and you got a full revitalization going along your waterfront? That's everything put together. Our community building is a 1936 WPA project. It was not highlighted as something attractive from the waterfront. The the downtown. This is the back of the downtown. The downtown was not really connected to the waterfront. Now all this is fully connected together, the downtown, the waterfront, and everything. And we have various activities going on. Okay, now how do we get there? This is our planning process.
Don't try to read it.
Yeah, don't try to read it. Yeah, take it home with you. Okay, the green is the planning. The blue is the study where we down do the study, moving forward with the planning. Okay, the yellow, that's our awards. And then orange is the projects. Okay, so this is 1997 here, going all the way to our raise grant. Now, this is not all the projects. The project list is much more extensive than this. But what's important is these pieces right here. The 1997 Downtown Revitalization Plan was very critical because it kind of helped me to determine the path that I'm going to start going. The 1998 Downtown Pedestrian Study, we received a TEEP from the Missouri Department of Transportation, so we started looking at how the pedestrian routes worked in the downtown to the waterfront. It even took a look at the water access, so we get more people off the lake into the downtown, the waterfront. In 2000, and this is very important, 2000, now we're moving towards our major access thoroughfare study. That was looking at Jackson Street, Main Street, and commercial streets. It's our 3 main streets that we really want to someday connect from the waterfront into the harbor. Keep that in mind. And in 2001, we did the Warsaw Economic Redevelopment Strategy, and part of that was water master plan. What I told everybody, someday we're going to be building streets. We're going to be building really nice streets. But if you don't fix the water mains and the sewer lines under that, you fix those streets, you're going to be digging them back up. So we went into a major study of our water and sewer. We've replaced or rehabbed 73,000 linear feet of sewer lines. We're now completing a phase 2 where we've probably done what, Charlie, 56,000 linear feet of water main replacement. Yeah. Close to 60,000. All these underneath the streets that we're getting ready to build as part of our raise. So that was very important. And then we also did a wastewater inflow and infiltration study that led into the sewer improvements. But now I'm going to jump up to what was very important in 2015. Right there. This is when we did a capital improvements and transportation improvement plan called a TIP. We incorporated that with our comprehensive plan for the community. Why is that important? This is when we incorporated our complete streets policy. We did a complete streets ordinance. We looked how we as a city, as we made improvements to our roadways, going to encourage bicycling, walking, wheelchairing. I have some scary pictures of people wheelchairing in the streets, families walking, carrying their groceries in the streets, kids getting out of school, walking in the streets, well documented all that. So once we decided our path there, we stuck with it. Then 2019, we did our stormwater management plan, key, keep that in mind, which led us to today. Just under $25 million we received this year to do our complete street plans on those 3 roadways that I just talked about, Jackson, Main, and Commercial. And it was a no match, which was nice because I usually have to match these grants. So that leads us to this is what we have today in our waterfront and our downtown. We now have boats coming from Lake of the Ozarks on weekends as groups or as individuals that come into our downtown. We did a 3-phase, $1.5 million revitalization of that swinging bridge, 600 feet, and we did another 400 feet as an approach on each side, 1,000 feet. And now we have a bridge that goes from one side to the other of the Lake of the Ozarks, so now we have complete connectivity, 10-foot wide walkways, concrete or asphalt, all lit for about 5 miles, I think. You know, so we've got the waterfront really going. Even when we have events at night, boats are coming in. This is the downtown. Now we're having events in the downtown, and it's become a very active downtown. and then Mac. That's not me.
Tech support still here?
Oh. This came up.
He's working on it.
Okay.
It's back.
Back. Oh, yeah, somewhere there.
Randy, I don't know if you're going to talk about it or not, but the ultimate goal with these trail systems is that you can do a circumference of the entire community without having to come in contact with the roadway. So we've got
Yeah, with the trails, yes.
just about do it now. We've got more to do. But
Okay, and now Mac, I was talking about earlier, this is one of the first events he put on coming out of the harbor. You know, here's how we point Warsaw. So that's what I'm gonna have to do. I don't know, I'm hitting the pointer every time it does it.
get your static electricity.
Here's my static electricity, I'm just that way. Okay, so now I get to go to my Burns and McDonald support team. I'm gonna hand it off to Lauren. She's gonna tell you how their role became very important in this.
Kick it over to me when we start having tech issues.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything.
Yeah. So like Randy said, my background is in water resources and stormwater, so you may be wondering how the heck I got involved in a DOT grant application, and really it comes down to the fact that Randy has a bigger vision for his community. He's always looking at the bigger picture and what they need to do 10 steps ahead to keep that moving towards their full potential. And as he's talked about, he's always recognized that Warsaw's waterfront is their key asset. That's what they have to offer. That's how they're going to bring people in. But protecting that asset is becoming more and more important. So as he alluded to, they've been already experiencing some flooding problems, some erosion along their main primary creek that runs through town. And he recognized that if he wanted to continue to grow, they were going to need to address that in a way that's going to protect the community that they already have. So this is the overland drainage pass, as we like to call it, the squiggly lines on the map. But if you can see that, it shows that basically everything kind of converges into their downtown, into that waterfront, which is what you would expect, but it's also where they are experiencing their problems. And then that yellow area in the top is where a lot of their new development potential lies, and it's at the very upstream end of that. So he also recognized that if he wants to continue to grow and bring people in, that we needed to get some more sustainable stormwater policies in place to protect, again, that waterfront asset that's going to be so important to continuing to grow into the future and bring people in. So that brings us to the Warsaw Downtown Marina District Transportation Project. And this name has evolved a few times over the course of the application process. But, you know, Randy was doing the Complete Streets policy for a rural community before it was the cool thing to do. He knew that he wanted to have active transportation throughout his community, and that was going to be key. So tourism is a big part of their economy and will continue to be. He's not going to be around forever going and getting these grants like a crazy person. So how can he establish his community to bring in that base long after he retires? Not anytime soon.
Things changed there in the last month.
So we helped him with this grant application. So we were initially brought in to improve their environmental sustainability score. So they were getting dinged on the impacts to the environment from one of the rating categories in there. And I think he probably got more than he signed on for with us because he couldn't quite get rid of us after that point. But I think, you know, you heard him give this whole history, and it's a great story, and there are so many different moving parts and pieces and work that have gone into that. It took us weeks to digest that, and we somehow needed to get that down into a about 30-page application and tell that story to a reviewer who's reviewing thousands of applications in a way that would make them select our project. So I think that was the fresh perspective that we got to bring on it. So they did all the work, and then we just got to organize it for them. But the RAISE project itself is complete streets improvements for Jackson Street, Commercial Street, and Main Street, which are the colored lines on this map here, and they span the entire city. So now not only has he created this waterfront access, but he's created access that's bringing other people in from their two main highways that come through their town. So that features ADA compliant sidewalks, bike lanes, LED lighting, trail improvements to connect to that already award-winning trail system. And we also have, let's see if I don't screw this up, a couple connections to the future USBR 51 bike route. So again, creating that connectivity beyond Warsaw. And then, of course, where we come into play, we propose doing some green stormwater infrastructure to really supplement their traditional stormwater management. So this was a key piece to protecting that waterfront. So managing stormwater in a more resilient way, long term. So complete streets, adding more pavement means adding more runoff to your environment too, which degrades the streams, floods the areas, and that's what we were trying to offset here. So I think that's where Randy's vision really came into play for us, is he could see how the green infrastructure components that we were proposing not only solved some of those problems for him and functionally helped him score better in a grant application, but it really fit into his vision for the community. It enhanced that street section. It supported it, it supplemented it, it made it better. And that's really where the stormwater study and the grant process kind of came together. So another big piece of the project is this, what we call the stormwater mitigation wetland, because at its heart and soul here, it's really offsetting the increased stormwater that we're gonna have from that wider street section. But we didn't wanna just do that. This is located right at the intersections of Commercial Street and Jackson Street, and the creek, that main creek, comes right through here. And this is where a lot of their flooding problems are today, where some of those pictures in the beginning I showed you are at that intersection. So we wanted to make sure that we were addressing those problems too. So we're not just looking towards, offsetting future issues. We wanted to improve on their current flooding issues that they had today. So we're doing that with the wetland. So we get a water feature out of that. We've got native plants. We've got trails that go all around the wetland as well that gives us access for maintenance, but also brings in our active transportation users from those roadways, gives them a way to get off of the streets and really be more closer to nature there. And we're also reducing flooding and improving stormwater. So it's a win-win for both sides of us. And there's kind of some examples of what we're visioning for this. So we've got basically a main channel that comes through there that will have those nice pathways along it, some native vegetation, some forebay areas where we'll be able to treat some of that stormwater and honestly improve the water quality that reaches then Lake of the Ozarks, which is, a few thousand feet downstream of here too. So again, protecting not only their Town Branch Creek, but also protecting their main waterfront asset, which is the Lake of the Ozarks Osage River. So this is the merit criteria, or the scoring criteria, that you're graded against when you submitted the 2023 raise application. And Kylie will tell you here in a minute that sometimes this was a moving target year over year. They like to change things just enough to make it hard. But on its surface, these items seem pretty straightforward, but when you've got a complex story to tell and you've got a 30-page limit to tell it in, it becomes really hard to do that. So yes, we're building complete streets. We're trying to create multimodal infrastructure, which is improving our environmental sustainability because we're incorporating green infrastructure, and that inherently improves the quality of life, right? We're creating active transportation options for people. We're enhancing the environment, and oh, by the way, this is also setting us up to bring in more tourism along the way. So you can kind of see how these all start to weave together and becomes a complicated thing when you're looking at category. So I'm gonna let Kylie tell us about how you actually put together a winning application and was able to get us in the highest rating for 6 of these 8 categories.
All right. So I'm gonna take a step back and talk less about specific projects or components for Warsaw and more just generalize some things we did with this raise application that I think helped ultimately win it for Warsaw. So these are what I'm calling the critical success factors to winning the application that I'm going to give examples of, and I hope they're things that you guys can take back to your communities and implement in your next grant application, whether it's for DOT or any other agency or organization. So I know you saw on the last slide that reading the Notice of Funding Opportunity, or the NOFO, I'm saying is a critical success factor. And I realize that sounds like a no-brainer, but when I mean reading, I mean reading. with a critical eye multiple times, with a pen and highlighter in hand. At least for the RAISE application, it is a long document. It was 69 pages this past application round. So it's incredibly detailed. It's hard sometimes to find the information you're looking for. So I just think it's really crucial to read everything and understand everything up front before you start your application, rather than getting to the end and either having to go back and correct it, or risking your application not being awarded. And so part of that, I would encourage anyone to ask questions for things you don't understand. At least with DOT, they were very willing and available to answer our questions, as long as it was something about the the NOFO or the program requirements. They can't, give advice on your specific project or application. Want to avoid any conflict of interest. So for the RAISE, like Lauren said, a big part of that was the merit criteria. So this is, again, what they're using to score your application, and you have to get a highly recommended to move to the next round, where your benefit cost analysis is reviewed. So DOT started using this table approach, this matrix approach, to score applications, and they put this in the NOFO so that you know what they're looking at when they're reading your application. And they told us over and over again that this is what we needed to pay attention to when putting together an application. And so we had 15 pages to address as many of these high scoring, I call all of the bullet points outcomes. We had 15 pages to address as many as we could for all 8 merit criteria, just to increase our chances of scoring high in at least 6 of them. So this is an example of an excerpt from our application, and then looking at that high scoring criteria for at least this one's the environmental sustainability. I am too scared to use the pointer. But so for every merit criteria, that first paragraph was pretty much the same. So to score high, it said that that merit criteria had to be a primary project purpose. And instead of, leaving that up for interpretation or hope that they infer it by, the details we put in the application, we just stated it up front in every section that, environmental sustainability was a primary project purpose. Another common theme throughout each merit criteria was that to score high, it had to have clear, direct, data-driven benefits. And so one of the ways we addressed this was incorporating these tables wherever we could. Pulling it into a table outside of a paragraph will draw the reviewer's eye to it. And we also always included a link to where we got this data from. So a lot of times it came from the benefit cost analysis, because we're already putting so much work. Charlie put so much work into doing that BCA, might as well use it to strengthen the narrative part of the application as well. Now down to the project outcomes. Again, we wanted to make it as easy as possible for the reviewers to score our application. We kind of been hit in the past with we did say something and they just didn't catch it. So what we did, and I would encourage anyone doing an application to do the same, is if the outcome that a reviewer is looking for was, for example, reducing transportation-related air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, that's pretty much exactly what our made our header. Again, I'm thinking if they've got this table in front of them and they're looking for it in our application, let's make it bold in a header so they can see exactly that we're claiming these high scoring outcomes, not letting them, try to infer it based just on our paragraph text alone. So a few more things I want to point out about, just how we put together the application. This is a few more pages of it. The things I want to point out, you don't have to read for. So like Lauren discussed, the merit criteria are very interconnected. You're doing something, for quality of life, and that really impacts other things. And frankly, the NOFO kind of reflects that as well. There's some high scoring outcomes that are similar throughout different merit criteria. So wherever we saw those connections, we reference that. We say see quality of life, or see this section. And you can see, I hope, with the yellow underlines, we did that a lot. We wanted this to show DOT that we not only understood their requirements, but we also wanted to demonstrate how well this project met what they were looking for. And then, some more common things when writing and working with like long chunks of text, it's always good to break up things with numbers or bullet points. If the reader is getting fatigued, they might jump to something shorter to read, like bullet points. This is another example of a table. Instead of doing like quantitative metrics, here we're showing how well the project meets universal design principles. So instead of just putting in a sentence, this project meets these 7 design principles, showing a table with all of these check boxes marked just is really impactful, like, yeah, this project really does incorporate it. And then lastly, including pictures wherever you can. I would even say remove some text to make room for pictures. It just really, hits home some of the conditions we're describing, either for, existing or proposed. And it just really helps to justify why this project was, and this community was deserving of this award. All right. I'm gonna try to go through these quickly. We have about 10 minutes. So, Lauren and I have been involved for about the past 5 years. So some challenges and lessons learned we come across. Going back to my first point, I think Lauren said it too, the NOFO changes every year. You can't ever just submit the same application twice. There's always something you've got to change, and when you've got 30 pages, you've got to make some decisions on what you're going to keep. So it's just reiterating why it's so important to read the NOFO every year. Even if you think it's the same or looks the same, I can probably guarantee there's at least one thing that's different. So definitely always keep an eye on your NOFO. Now, specifically for Warsaw, project readiness was something that always kind of got hit on. So this is a section that's required outside of the merit criteria. So if we scored highly recommended and moved to the next round, usually we didn't win an award because of something in project readiness. DOT would prefer projects to be as close to shovel ready as possible, but with small rural communities, they just don't have the funds to put in for preliminary design or environmental reviews. So instead what we did, we just really described all of Randy and Charlie's experience in Warsaw, all of the work they've done in designing and constructing projects. And we also, Randy was able to get some grant funds to get the NEPA process approved through Main Street. So that not only moved that part of the project forward earlier, but it also showed that Warsaw was able to, sorry, I'm running out of breath. Warsaw was able to get those approvals in a timely manner. So now I'm going to let Charlie discuss some of the challenges with projecting costs and also doing that benefit cost analysis. I made it.
Get some water. Any of you that work with budgets and to see the way construction costs have been going with inflation, especially as it relates to materials, they're just shooting up at an astronomical rate. So really, I've worked with Randy for years, worked on the studies and the preliminary conceptual design of most of these projects. And like he said, this was actually the 13th time we've submitted. So as far as coming up with quantities and things of that sort, I've done this and updated them every time. And that wasn't a real challenge. The challenge was trying to get a handle on what are these costs going to be when this goes out for bid in 3 to 5 years. Not only that, but the way they have it's important if you do these, you got to look through the BCA guidelines because it changes as with everything. You might have been doing it one way 2 years ago and then do it the same way this year. It might be that there's something that's changed. So it's critical to read that. But the way they base the BCA on is they use 2021 as the year for determining what your construction costs are as they relate to doing the benefit cost analysis. So you've got to do a cost for that year, but then you also have to project outward, and you've got to include all those important things. Be conservative, and if you haven't spent money and done a thorough design where you know exactly every nut and bolt that's going into it, then you need to make sure you conservative, allow for some contingencies. look at every resource you can. Ideally, if you can get, some bid data from some project that was similar in nature, that was recent, maybe even in your region, those are helpful. Talk to contractors, talk to suppliers. Those things are important. I review stuff with some of the contractors I work with kind of on a regular basis to see what are you seeing trending in costs. Project your inflation. Look at, if you can, find some economic forecasting, which nobody really knows at this point, but a little bit of an idea. Oh, that's not the right one. Just to give an idea of the effort on these BCA analysis. This actually has 67 spreadsheets within the overall spreadsheet because there are so many things that come into play. 5 minutes? 10. Oh, 10. I'll try to wrap it. There are so many inputs, for instance, all the different benefits of adding a bike lane. They're numerous. In addition to safety, you've got reduced fuel, reduced emissions, the whole carbon footprint, all that stuff. So when you look at bike lanes, sidewalks, trails, even things where we've made safety improvements by eliminating these drop-offs and ditches, you're improving the clear zone. So for every one of these items, you've got to go through and look at all those. What are the benefits? And then the hard part is trying to put a value to what that benefit is worth. The BCA guidelines are pretty good. It gives you some information, especially some of the safety stuff and some of the emission reduction things that you can quantify. They do ask you to definitely provide what your assumptions are and any supporting data you can come up with, and sometimes that is difficult because you will find through your research that there are a number of different studies that were done, and some of them are very conflicting into what they determine the values are. So be somewhat conservative with the numbers you use, because I've seen things that were just like, there's no way. This just, you can kind of look at this, but it gives you an idea of some of the items that we covered, as far as, what's the point about the one? Reduce travel times, fuel consumptions, things I talk about. But when you get into the biking aspects of it, there are a lot of things that are really not what you would consider traditional. You've got improved health, mobility, various economic benefits. One of the things we were able to access was the Benton County emergency room numbers, where they actually kept track of how many pedestrians were hit, the severity, bicycle accidents. And I was really shocked at the number that we came up with. So we actually had good statistical data to work with, which helped a lot. Our project was split up into 3 different phases, but there are actually 7 different projects. And one of the things they ask for with the BCA now is that your projects somewhat have independent value. So you can, I guess if they decided to only fund you half of what you asked for, you'd have to show that every one of those projects meets your 1.0 or better benefit criteria through the BCA, your ratio. And we were able to accomplish that. That's just an example of kind of a spreadsheet. This one is just an idea of sidewalks. It's not just putting new sidewalks in, but if you're replacing a 4-foot or a 3-foot sidewalk with a wider sidewalk, you actually have dollars that you can assign to that for the benefits. And there are things like safety, but also increased travel times for pedestrians. And studies show that with improved or new sidewalks, your pedestrian volumes will pick up anywhere from 20 to 50% more usage. And Warsaw is a community that's, they're rural, but they've got a lot of low-income people. And Randy mentioned earlier, we saw a lot of people, walking along the edge of the road with their kids, and they're basically at the edge of the travel lane, no place to go. So it's a community where there are a lot of people that don't have vehicles. They have people that live in apartments and they have to walk to the grocery store and back. So I think these improvements are going to see a dramatic increase in not only the bicycle users because of all the online bike routes and the additional trail stuff we're doing, but also for sidewalks. These are some of the spreadsheet for some of the inputs for trails, and you can see the different categories there for making improvements. We did a lot of research through Randy's connections through the trail community to try and get some ideas of how many people we can attract by adding trails and expanding the trail networks. And with the trail that we're proposing for this project, it's that piece that gets us across 65 highway and takes it on up to the frontage road, which is going to be slated for another project to have bike lanes put in. And they've got a number of lake communities outside of Warsaw, but they're really close. And we look at this as an opportunity for those folks, if they want to, they can bike into Warsaw. Some of them do now, but it would encourage them to do it more because of the safer route, and it's directly right along the riverfront. This particular trail is in an area they call it the slough, but it's like a backwater area, and you go through there and you see eagles and blue heron and lots of interesting things. It's kind of a beautiful area most of the year, I'll say, except when it's dry. But those are the kind of things that, you can just look at it. Now, there are some unquantified benefits, which oftentimes, yes. Okay, well, I'm about done. I'm just about there. Things like, you see up here, some of the things they don't allow you to use certain elements of economic benefits like job creation and things of that sort, but you can, increase tourism, things of that sort. There are some items you can use. You got to be a little bit careful about what you try to include, because we've had one year where we got dinged for that, and that's because they changed the rules, the guidance. That's why I say it's important to make sure you stay up on that. Some of the green and health benefits, those are kind of hard to monetize. You can find case studies where they talk in general terms. I thought I would be able to utilize the additional street lighting to try to put some dollar values to it, but I just couldn't find any good, consistent, reliable source of information. So that was one of those things we just talked about in general terms. We know that it improves safety, it'll encourage people to use those trails and sidewalks at night as well as during the day. So I'm going to wrap it up. Turn it over to Randy for any questions, anything he wants to add.
One last thing. I got to be honest, I was close to some doubts after 12 years, 12 lessons learned. And I said, this does come with expense. I can't expect these folks to work free. I mean, we did have contracts to do. They worked with me on time and management and everything, but I said, does the community still want this? So I went ahead and did a monkey survey. And I said, okay, we've talked to you about complete streets. This is what's going to be in the streets. This is what we're going to connect to. And what's it going to get you? And do you still want this? And almost 300 responses and 90% said go for it. Okay, so the community is behind it. So like I said, after 12 failures, 12 lessons learned, lucky 13. So we're pretty amazed. I'm going to leave this here, so if anybody wants to take a look at it, you can see this is the full application, except for the BCA. Was not going to print that off because it's about that thick. If you want that, contact him. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So, do you have an estimate of private investment in your project, either has or is expected to catalyze?
Yes, we did include that. We actually have one gentleman that has bought a couple houses. We're going to vacate a street that's wanting to do a waterfront development. He's also got some plans in the future. So what we ended up doing is hiring the University of Missouri Extension to do a study, economic analysis for us. I can't give you the exact numbers, but we did use that analysis in this. And it also looked at other items like tourism and all that. You want to expand upon that?
Yeah, and I think that was a big piece that we could use some of it in the BCA, but not all of it, because that was a lot of the job creation, but it was substantial. I mean, in the past, before this was the RAISE application, it was the build application. So with administrative changes, the primary drivers changed, but at the point that it was built, it was really driving development investments, and that was a huge case for us that we were able, with this project, we'd be able to stimulate that investment. We were building that critical infrastructure that was needed to bring those people in. So, we had developers interested, but they didn't have the roadway infrastructure to be able to even support the type of development they were looking for. So we were able to make the case that, if you build it, they will come because we have people here that are ready to invest.
And Kylie looked it up. Like I told you, that's the reason I brought her on board in charge. Over a 30-year period, we're estimating this Marina District, which we call part of the downtown and along the waterfront, the Marina District, will bring us in $67,394,181 in total gross domestic product. Okay, that's over a 30-year period. That is just this one little area we want to develop. That doesn't include everything else through the community where the street's going to connect to. Keep in mind, these streets are going to connect to all corners of the community, and our trail system is going to do this around the community, and it all is just like a wagon wheel. Any more questions?
Real quick.
Ladies first.
What, do you have a ballpark figure on the amount you had to invest for the cost, the benefit cost analysis and other things to prepare for the grant?
Just what we had to pay. Okay, that is hard to figure because Charlie works for us. I'm going to easily say that we could easily have 10,000 that we would spend into it. Yeah, I'm going to easily say $10,000 just on his part.
I'm gonna just kind of clarify that too, because I've done these for him for a number of years. So to start out from scratch, I would say you're probably looking at 25,000 as a minimum investment to have. So it's a lot of time and effort.
Yeah, I mean, what time we paid them and everything. The last few years, we've been putting a lot of funds in. In the beginning, we started out cheap because we were just finding our path. It came obvious real quick that we had to invest some funds into it to move this forward.
So like for my part of it, well, him and I have been working together to develop these projects for years. We've done a number of studies. So there was a lot of design work that was done, if you want to call it conceptual or preliminary in some cases. But I've been working with the community long enough to know what the underground infrastructure is, which is very helpful when you're thinking you're going to come in here and do all these improvements. And he mentioned it earlier, but we've been moving water lines and trying to do, when we replace sewers and everything, was keeping in mind what's our ultimate goal down the road, because we don't want to have to move that water line a second or third time. And that's helped. And I've been working on these cost estimates for these projects. Like he said, this is the 13th year. Him and I got together and agreed if he didn't win it this year, we're not doing it again. So it was
You said that every year.
Yeah.
Do you have another question?
I was just curious, then the cost benefit analysis, was that created as a joint effort or did you have someone specifically do that?
He was in charge of it.
Yeah. And he had all the conversations with the team here about it, but he had probably more conversations with the U.S. Department of Transportation, trying to understand exactly what they're wanting. We had debriefings every year at the end of a failed application. Those debriefings told us what we needed to do, so we really evolved out of those debriefings.
Give you an example. We had, was it the last application? I guess it was the one before the last one, where Evergy was coming into town and they were donating, putting in electric vehicle stations, and we tried to put that in our application, and that was an item we got dinged on that they said we couldn't utilize as a.
We still put them in. We don't let stuff like that say, okay, we're not going to do that. We're still going to do it.
It's interesting because Flint Hill said that that was what got them up to get the grants.
Sometimes
The timing of it, and, yeah.
we've had discussions about this. Sometimes we think they just look for an excuse.
Well, and what I found, again, remember, this started out as Tiger, then it went Build, and then it went Raise. Each administration has its own priorities and goals. So that's where the NOFO changed based on each administration. So you just kind of got to figure that out. You got a question?
Yeah, my question is, how did you in the beginning fund being able to hire a company as big as Burns McDonald to be part of your process? Did the city just allocate the funds to start that or what?
Remember I told you we started out no money and everything?
Yeah.
The community didn't at the time have a Taco Bell, didn't have a Super Walmart, didn't have McDonald's, didn't have Subway, blah, blah, blah. Over time, as we developed the waterfront, the downtown, other developers said there's something going on here. So we started working outside of the downtown and growing the rest of the community, and our sales taxes started going up. And now our sales taxes in the last 3 years got to a healthy point, we put it like that. And when I sit down and talk to the board and say, we could take a chance here, that's when we
took the chance and it paid off. But in the beginning, the first 10 applications, we didn't have any money. It was just me and Charlie winging it. Cook Flat Strobel was under contract with us for projects, so I was able to squeeze Charlie's time a little bit on somebody else's time, right? It's kind of a joke we have. I can't squeeze it anymore. He bills me like crazy as city engineer. So, but no, it's just the fact that the community kept revitalizing, and all of a sudden we started to see resources like the boats. We used to not get boats into downtown. Now we get them all the time. Where do they go? The restaurants. They go to the stores. I've seen boats pull up with bicycles. You know, I'll go to work on a Friday and go back to work on Monday. That same boat's still there. Sometimes they come spend the weekend. It's become a destination. Let's put it like that.
One item we didn't discuss with the complete streets is parking. That's another area where the city's made a lot of major improvements in the downtown parking. Not just adding parking, but making parking more manageable and more, organized, I'll say. Number of places where restaurants opened up, like, for instance, like the Cosmic Coffee Restaurant. We did a Main Street project a few years ago, and part of that project, it was just, like you said, 1,000 feet at a time. We did the one side of the street. The next side of the street is actually in this raise grant. But the parking improvements, it dramatically improved the business of separate. There's a couple of restaurants down there that just very limited parking, so you can't get that many people in, and now they're packed.
The downtown harbor, Drake Harbor recreation area had 5 phases of 1,000 foot at a time of concrete that you did not see today. And that's on purpose. You all here for a bicycle conference? Now you can come to Warsaw, ride your bikes, and see our 5 phases you didn't have. So it has really became a bicycle community. This is coming from somebody, you're gonna probably beat me up after this. I don't own a bicycle. I just build the bicycle trail and get the policies in place. My wife said I need to change that. We're talking about getting a bicycle, but I'm just amazed at what has happened because of the bicycle and pedestrian community in Warsaw. And once we get these complete streets in that connects every retail, every residential, the schools and everything together, I think we're gonna see an explosion. If there's not any questions, anybody else?
Thank you. I have to say, these Tiger Build Raise grants, right? You'll see 1 or 2 per year, usually, like in Missouri. I've never seen a community of 2,200 ever. It's usually MoDOT, giant agencies. So we got to give these guys a big hand.
Persistence.
Yes, persistence for sure. All right, so look at your breakout schedule. There'll be one in here, one across the hall, and I'm heading over to the fire annex if anyone wants to follow me over there. Hey, I'm so glad you were able to do it. I know you have so much to discuss about that. Yeah.
I think we'll go ahead and get started since we're a couple minutes past, just so that we've got time for everything. So I'm Taylor March. I'm with Missourians for Responsible Transportation.
I'm Nick Chabarria. I'm with AAA Missouri. We're headquartered out of St. Louis.
We're here to talk today about Hands-Free Missouri and the coalition that we've both been a part of for the last couple of years, and more specifically the Siddons-Benning Hands-Free Law, which passed this Missouri legislative session and was signed by the governor and will go into effect August 28th. We're going to talk about that towards the end, but largely we want this conversation to be more about like, what is the Hands-Free Coalition? How did we structure that? And how did we what are the things we think were successful in getting legislation passed in Missouri this year? So we'll have a brief introduction, like I said. We're going to go through the structure of the coalition itself, the number of different components that we had that we think are really critical to the success of that. We're going to talk about the Siddons-Benning Hands-Free Law, what's specifically in that, and also how you can help. Like I said, it goes into effect August 28th. We need help educating others that is going to be going into effect, and what we want people to do now when they're driving on Missouri roads. Then we're going to talk a little bit about some of those takeaways and leave time for question and answer as well. So. Again, I'm Taylor March. I'm with an organization called Missourians for Responsible Transportation. We have been in Missouri since 2018, and we serve as an umbrella partnership that brings together communities, rural communities, urban communities, and to advocate with one voice at the state level for fiscally responsible transportation, specifically for people who are not in cars. And we represent about 35,000 members across the state of Missouri. We were formed by a number of different bike and pedestrian advocacy organizations regionally. So you may already be familiar with TrailNet in St. Louis, Bike Walk KC in Kansas City, Ozark Greenways in Springfield, and Local Motion, formerly PedNet in Columbia. And back in 2017, we got together and sat down and said, what would it look like if we took some of the things that we were seeing on kind of an urban level, priorities in terms of policies, and work to understand more where that might align with rural communities. We hired our first project coordinator, whose job was just to go out to rural communities, have conversations and understand what are the challenges, how might this align. And so one of the things that we had identified pretty early on was that both in urban and in rural communities, people are not feeling safe on our roads, partially from the perception of people being distracted. And so we thought, this will be easy, right? We'll pass a hands-free law in Missouri. Missouri is one of only 2 states or U.S. territories that doesn't have one, even at this point. And we were naive in that. I'll own that. But at the same time, I think it really helped us learn the legislative process in a way that's going to benefit us longer term as we start to push other priorities. There's a number of other things we also kind of galvanized behind that, public transit funding, things like that, that both urban and rural communities both have similar desires on. In the last few years, we've worked with communities all across the state. It's been a really exciting partnership to be a part of. Like I said, I was brought in as the executive director in February of this year, but I've been with this partnership since the beginning. I helped write that strategic plan with some of the other organizations. So it's been really, really cool to see the way that this organization has grown over the years and the things we've been able to accomplish.
All right, and a little bit about AAA Missouri. So AAA in general is a federation comprised of about 20 or so clubs across the country. As I mentioned, AAA Missouri, we're headquartered out of St. Louis. Been around since 1902. And AAA started really as a traffic safety advocates for the motoring public when the vehicle was first emerging. So advocacy, traffic safety advocacy has really been kind of in our blood since the beginning. You see, we led some of the first efforts to enact the first rules of the road in Missouri in 1907. We've advocated for things like road signs before they were around, headlights, as well as driver education. So really the traffic safety aspect, of course, has evolved now to pedestrian, cyclist safety as well. It's sort of just the natural fit of keeping everyone on the road safe. And that's kind of how we got involved with hands-free. We've supported distracted driving laws in the state and around the country since they began emerging, a few decades ago, a couple decades ago now. But really, we kind of ramped up our efforts over the last 3 years or so, and largely in part due to the Hands-Free Coalition forming. We were very happy to become a partner fairly early on in that coalition, and it's really been a great benefit to be a part of that and work with some of these other groups around the state to accomplish the goal of getting that law passed. So, and just briefly, we have about 900,000 members and 1,000 employees across the 7-state territory. Again, all the kind of headquartered out of the St. Louis admin office.
So I'm going to briefly skim through the problem. We've already talked about this already, but Missouri was only one of 2 states without a no texting law for adult drivers. That's states or U.S. territories. Guam, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands all have a no texting for adult drivers. And we were only one of 9 states without a hands-free law for all novice drivers. You want to touch on some of the statistics?
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem we were looking at. Again, this was going back to the old cell phone law, which only applied to texting and driving. We know that cell phone-related crashes increased about 30% over the last 5 years. And we also know that cell phone-related crashes are largely underreported because you're really relying on that driver after a crash happens to admit to an officer that they were on their phone, which people are not too keen to do. So it's very hard to track these statistics, and that's really a nationwide problem. We know that traffic safety advocates estimate that distracted driving crashes can be underreported by as much as 20 or 30%, which is pretty astounding. We also know that it wasn't just a young driver problem. As you can see, about 80% of all distracted driving crashes right here in Missouri occur with drivers over the age of 21. Some of that makes sense. There's, of course, it's a larger age gap to pull from than younger drivers, but still, the previous law kind of had this message that once you turn 21, you can safely text and drive and multitask and drive, which is not the right message that we want to send drivers. And then unfortunately, similar to drunk driving crashes, more often than not, it's somebody other than that distracted driver that's killed. So nearly 2/3 of the time in Missouri, it's some innocent passenger, innocent other driver, pedestrian, cyclist, that's killed as a result of somebody's decision to drive distracted. So again, all these things considered, when Taylor talks about, hey, this should be a no-brainer that we can get some legislation across the finish line, in our minds, of course, that that says it right there that we need to change something. But as we'll find out, it's a little more difficult to convince some other folks of that.
One other thing I'll just throw in there too is in 2009 when we passed our graduated driver's license update, which made it illegal for youth drivers to not text and drive, that preempted local control in many communities. So this is another reason why this specifically had to happen on the state level. We had communities like Kirkwood, which is a suburb in St. Louis City. They had their own no texting and driving law, which was nullified whenever we passed that graduated driver's license in 2009. So just another kind of important reason why this had to happen on the state level. So out of that, we formed the Hands-Free Coalition. There's many partners that have been involved in this for many years prior to when we got involved, or some that got involved, midway through. But we've been organized under this kind of banner as the Hands-Free Coalition for the last 5 years, I think. Roughly, this is a group of a lot of different partners. And I'm going to pull up some of the photos of people at the Capitol that have showed up, but also kind of all the different organizations that have been involved in that. So we've organized this. I'm going to get into some of the partners through a steering committee. That's really kind of our full group meetings that we've been convening pretty much once a month for the last 3 to 5 years. Group of victims advocates. Nick has been really instrumental in pulling in people who have the lived experiences of either being involved in distracted driving crashes themselves or have lost loved ones from distracted driving crashes, and that's a really critical component. We have a data and education group, which is specifically focused on how do we tell the story, right? As Nick said with those data points, this seems like it should be a no-brainer, but obviously we need to communicate this in different ways because it hasn't passed yet. So we need to kind of figure out what are the main barriers, how are we kind of elevating the reasons why this should be a thing in Missouri, and start to work to understand what are the main arguments against it, how can we address those. And then finally, a policy and lobbying group. I think one of the really unique things about the Hands Free Coalition is that we had groups that could participate in policy and lobbying and some that couldn't, and it kind of ebbed and flowed back and forth, and we were really able to kind of have this really collaborative structure. So on the steering committee, this is just some of the partners. We had close to 30 different partner organizations, individuals. Hugh Scher, who's giving another presentation right now, is involved just as an individual. So there's a lot of different groups that were involved in this, some of whom have been advocating for this for years and years, some of whom kind of joined as we started to pull this coalition together. But it gave us the opportunity to kind of all get together, share information about what we were hearing, and how we could better advocate kind of at the state level on those specific things.
And I would just add, if you look at the logos up there, you'll notice it's a good mix of local advocacy groups as well as larger organizations and businesses. And I think what we ultimately found in a lot of ways to get legislation moving, it takes some of that financial incentive that a lot of those larger businesses can provide. I mean, we can go talk till we're blue in the face to legislators about why we need a law and how many people are impacted, but it's kind of the unfortunate political game, I guess. So we really had a great group of organizations, businesses, individuals part of it, and everybody was able to contribute in their own way. And I think we kind of found that having that variety, also variety of industries, right? I mean, we have insurance, we have automotive, we have traffic safety, we have state entities. So, as you're trying to think and maybe you have issues you want to change in your local communities or at a state level, start thinking about all those different groups that might have a place at the stage.
If you take nothing else from today in this session, like coalition is the way that you're going to accomplish things. If you're aiming towards policy, you have to have a coalition, and it can't just be like the advocacy folks that you typically think of. It's got to be other folks as well. So, it's that was a really, really critical component. One of the other little small tidbit on that was like Angie, who helped lobby at the Capitol with me on many times from AAA, we would often show up together at legislators' offices, and she would, basically start things by saying, it's a good thing whenever you've got the Automobile Association and the bike pedestrian advocates showing up on the same issue, right? We're here together to kind of provide that unified front. That was a really critical thing for us to kind of show, hey, this is a no-brainer on both sides. So.
Yeah, so we'll start off. So we mentioned we had basically 3 work groups that we kind of broke the coalition down into, and anybody was able to join in the groups they felt, that they could help out with. One of the groups that I chaired and really had the honor of chairing was the Victim Advocate Work Group. And again, when we're talking about safety issues, Taylor talked about trying to tell a story beyond the statistics. And I mean, there's really no one else really better, in a position to tell that story than somebody who's been impacted by distracted driving. So you'll see a number of our victim advocates. You see Warren and Sarah Douglas up in the top left. Their daughter was struck and killed. She was 19 by a distracted driver several years ago on I-70 in the St. Louis County area. Stephanie Benning's husband, Michael, was struck and killed by a distracted driver, actually not far from Truman Lake. We just, I believe, they're from the Kansas City area, and I believe he was going down the lake, if I'm not mistaken.
I was thinking of the person who volunteered at the Mid-America Marathon.
Yep, that's, so we'll see a video from Adrian. That was Adrian Siddons. She's from the Columbia area. Her husband, Randall, was struck and killed cleaning up after a triathlon in Columbia in 2019 by a driver who was FaceTiming and speeding on Grindstone Parkway in Columbia. So, as we talk about people who can really enact change and people whose stories you're going to remember, these are the folks that you want to bring to the table. And it's a difficult conversation, obviously, in cases where they've lost somebody. And the way that I kind of approached it is, really giving them an opportunity to share their story if they wanted. I mean, I approached them, told them what the coalition was about, what we were trying to do, and just kind of left it at that. And, each of the 4 victim advocates. We had several more, but these were probably the most active. Everyone kind of went at their own speed and shared what they were comfortable with. But ultimately, it led to some pretty memorable, of course, testimony when we were at the Capitol. We'll also see a video here in the next slide. Adrian, we were able to, through the coalition, put together a victim impact video that was really well done and that we've been able to garner some good attention from. And so, yeah, I mean, it's, no one else can better explain why this issue is so important than these folks. And I think we can go to the video on the next slide. I gotta warn you, the video is a little bit graphic, so just be aware of that. Oops. Hopefully.
Do you have the capacity to pull that up? It's hyperlinked on the slide, so you just have to click on it.
But talking about kind of the benefits of the coalition, so Mercy Springfield, their injury prevention department, had some grant funding to produce victim advocate video, and so we were able to link Mercy together with Adrian. We also utilized Becky Spain, who is at MU Health, utilized some of their space to produce the video. So kind of again just talking about all the different people involved and how it all sort of fits together. Hey, you had heard of Randall's story before this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen the video.
Seen the video, so yeah, so you know. What was kind of remarkable about this video and what makes it especially impactful, I think, is there was actually a police escort behind him. He was part of a crew that was picking up cones after the race. So there's a police vehicle behind him with his lights on. The car that hit him totally didn't see the police vehicle or anything, but the police vehicle had a dash cam. And so you kind of see, unfortunately, the crash unfold right in front of it, which is an unusual perspective. But it's tough to watch, but it's very impactful when you see it and something you remember.
We've got the capacity. I'll just add, as we're still trying to pull that up too, one of the things that we learned, I think, pretty early on is, it's one thing to have data, it's one thing to have visuals. Like, the stories are really, really critical and important. Like, if you're trying to get things done at the Capitol, a lot of people are motivated by those individual stories, like especially if you can connect that to their district. Having the story of somebody that they can relate to, they can see their own lives in it. I challenge any of you who are parents who've not seen this before to not feel emotional by the story that Adrian presents. And I think that finding those finding those things that really connect with the lived experiences of legislators is as impactful, if not more impactful, than the data itself.
I was gonna say, I'm glad we have a little time too, because now I'm thinking about ways to utilize this. Of course, we could send this out in a link or put it out on social media, but what we really found, my boss Angie Nelson came up with this year, is there was actually video brochures that you can have produced. So you can have, it's kind of a brochure card about that big, and it has a video screen built into it. So you can customize what content you want on the front of it, what you want when you open it up, and when the legislators open it up, it will actually play the video that we're about to watch. So kind of thinking outside the box, unique ways to make sure that these folks see that video and watch it. That was something that we came up with this year.
It's hyperlinked on the presentation, so I'm not sure it's going to work.
If not,
Yeah, we'll put the URL there too.
If we pull up a browser, we can also just search it too on Vimeo. Yeah.
maybe it'll work. Maybe it's just my left click doesn't work.
Where's the laptop at? Can we do it with the laptop?
Oh, hang on. The mouse is just acting up. Too excited. Thank you, sir.
Say 1. Say 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. High five.
Server 13 Columbia, Server 13 Columbia. Major traffic crash, need multiple ambulances.
Randall he's outgoing, energetic, selfless. He was always donating blood, and he had donated a kidney when I was almost 20 weeks pregnant with Aspen. Aspen and him were the best buddies. She was always wanted to be right there whatever he was doing, she was gonna be there, and he was really good at including her. I miss most just being able to talk to him and just walking in and him smiling and, you know, his infectious laughter and just being able to share. That's what I miss the most.
Seeing this unfold in front of you, it's different than what we normally see in our line of work. This one went from where I thought I was going to be the one that was struck to seeing someone else go flying in the air. Crashes are preventable. That's what it comes down to. All of them come down to someone making a bad choice and putting something more important than driving as their priority.
It's probably the, 20 or 30th time I've seen that video.
Aaron loves Optimum's internet, saying excellent speed and quality. So we decided.
But, I hope the takeaway from that is you can see how you all who are obviously invested and interested in this topic will remember that. But think about people who maybe aren't as interested. Remember that over the statistics, right? Over the numbers that we present or that you see. So that's been an incredibly effective tool for us.
So that was kind of a part of the data and education group too. So a combination of like the victims advocates group and the data and education group. So this group was really focused on like, how do we communicate those stories? How do we communicate these data points, the numbers of this, and both add the stories so that it's clear, like, each one of these points is, an experience like that, but also make that really visually clear, because sometimes, if you've done lobbying before at the Capitol, you have a few minutes and you've got to make that case quickly. There's a lot of different things that people are focused on, and a lot of things that need to change. And so this is one that MoDOT helped put together for this year's one-pager, which really kind of showed the prevalence of the problem itself. We had many conversations with legislators, this perception that like, isn't this just like an urban issue? And so being able to show like every single county in Missouri has crashes, and these are the ones that we know of. Again, as Nick said earlier, we know that this problem is massively underreported because it requires self-incrimination at this point.
So do we know from this data that these distracted drivers were distracted by their phones? They have been distracted by something?
Distracted in Nick might know this slightly better than I am, but distracted on the police reports for the traffic crashes themselves can be a variety of different factors, but cell phone distraction is, I think, the most prevalent that we see. Sometimes in the actual narrative of the reports, it will say cell phone specifically, but there is just like a blanket distracted. So, that could be reaching for a CD to put it into your CD player or things like that, but it's generally, taking the hands off the wheel to do something else.
Can you speak to the specifics of what is or isn't prohibited or considered hands-free in this legislation?
We're going to get to that part. Yeah, good question.
That's great. In the context that I have my AAA app on my phone.
Right.
Yeah.
And I use the wayfinding. Yep. Routing. Each of it, and it pops up and tells me where I can get a discount on lunch. So
right.
I guess I'm curious about the liability. AAA.
Yeah.
Degree of negligence does the app provider.
Sure.
The short version, and we're going to get to this more, but the short version is if you're holding your phone, right, in your hand, that's the violation at this point.
So if it's
right?
sitting in the
So if it's sitting, if it's got a holder, anything that doesn't require you to take your hands off the wheel other than to, touch a button for your navigation, anything more than just a touch is in violation under the law. So like I said, the data and education group worked a lot one on the left is kind of our first attempt at a kind of leave behind one pager with some different data and graphics. We changed this each year. So that was one of the things that was really important about the coalition, is to get the stories from different people who were advocating, hear like what's successful, what's really resonating with folks, what do we need to be elevating more and highlighting more, what are the things that maybe we dropped that off. The 95% of Missourians that view this as serious, yeah, we kind of know that. Maybe we kind of downplay that a little bit in the next year one. We actually found, and you'll see in the next slide, the fact that Missouri is one of only 2 states was not a motivator for many legislators. That was something that
it was a badge of honor.
We needed to show again on this year's that it was happening in their district, right? And so we switched that one out to specifically highlight this is specifically what it is in your district. Another one that I'll just kind of highlight here is kind of the effect of the law. Because that was another thing, is okay, you're gonna pass this law. What's that actually gonna do? We have law enforcement that's obviously cash strapped and has difficult recruiting. What's the impact of passing a law if the enforcement may not be able to be there? So we were able to kind of look at some other states and say, well, just the law itself. We know this isn't going to fix everything, but we know that there's going to be a number of lives saved as part of that, and that's still a really valuable thing, and that's worth it. So.
One other kind of aspect that came out of the coalition as a whole, as we're talking with legislators, and this really is going back now, not even this past year, but the year before, we get the question, well, we already have a texting and driving law that prohibits drivers under the age of 21 from texting. What are we doing to educate young drivers about that law that we already have? So one of the things that we kind of came up with at AAA, and with the help from a lot of coalition members, as well as partnering with MoDOT, is the Buckle Up Phone Down High School Showdown. So it's a mouthful, but many of you may be familiar with the MoDOT Buckle Up Phone Down campaign, which has been a really great campaign they've been running for the last 5 or 6 years. So out of that, MoDOT would host a Buckle Up Phone Down Day in October, where they'd send high schools posters and materials, and they would sort of have this event around it. We wanted to take that sort of to the next level and actually host a contest where high school students would receive distracted driving education prevention, a video, or in the picture you see us presenting at Twin Rivers High School. And then they would have to go online, take a pledge to say, yes, I'll drive without distraction. Yes, I'll always wear my seatbelt. And yes, I'll always speak up for others to drive without distraction as well. And we, as an organization, were able to put some funding behind it to where the schools with the most pledges would win some donations that could go toward their project prom, project graduation, or other safety-focused activities. So we really wanted to make sure that the education component was positive, that it was well thought out, well developed. So we partnered with an organization called NDD.org. It's run by a gentleman named Joel Feldman, and I believe he's out in New Jersey. But his daughter was killed, I believe, 6 or 7 years ago by a distracted driver. And since then, he's founded this organization in remembrance of her. And he, prior to us doing this, and really prior to COVID, he would travel around the country and do these presentations in high schools. So he allowed us to kind of take his presentation, modify it for Missouri, and use it for the Buckle Up Phone Down Showdown. So this was 2021 was our first year doing it. So my boss Angie and I sort of took Joel's script, recorded ourselves doing the presentation, and we gave it as an option to schools. Hey, you can either take this pre-recorded presentation, or we can come out and present. We were really found out quickly that flexibility was key for a lot of these high schools in making sure that we can get in. Because again, this is a year and a half out of COVID. Schools are really reluctant to still bring people in, still trying to catch up. So we saw some great success with it. This was just quick highlights. So again, this was now going last year. The first year we had 15 high schools participate. Just last fall, we had 70 participate, which was a great jump. We were hoping for 45, and we exceeded that by quite a bit. As you can see, we garnered just over 15,000 safe driving pledges. And last year, we also included to where their family and friends could submit pledges on behalf of the school. So it was really this great tool where we can, give the students the education why distracted driving is important to prevent, and they can go share that with their family and their friends as well. 6 winning high schools, and we're able to garner just over $15,000 in donations. So we've seen great success. Now we have schools coming to us asking if they can participate, which is great. So we'll launch the third iteration now this coming October. And also just a plug for if any of you work with any of your local high schools and want to participate, we can certainly make that happen.
And this is, I'll also just say, like, this is a great component to include as you're trying to build a policy campaign. Like, there's a lot of organizations that may be limited from directly lobbying, but can help participate in things like this. So just think about multiple ways of kind of getting that message out. So that brings us to policy and lobbying. So that is also a really, really critical component of any policy campaign, especially at the state level. You've got to have people in the Capitol. So that was myself, that was Enjoli Nelson with AAA, a number of different people. This is the list of different organizations or witnesses that showed up for testimony. This can be incredibly difficult for issues like distracted driving. You know, a lot of times this meant like, we're on an email list, we've got 24 hours notice to get to the Capitol and show up to provide witness testimony and get everybody there, provide coordination in terms of transportation of getting folks to the Capitol to tell those stories. But this is a really, really critical component of moving things forward. And so really, really just blown away by the support that we had from a lot of different organizations and a lot of individuals to show up, to be there, to advocate about this and talk about the issue. Yeah.
So you kind of arranged your witnesses in advance, telling them that at some point in the next month, we're going to call you on 24 hours notice, and will you make yourself available, something like that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and normally we'd have a little bit of heads up because, like, you know, we work closely with the bill sponsor, Senator Jason Bean, out of the Southeast Missouri area. So he would get some insight as well. But when you have these Senate hearings and House hearings, they only are required 24-hour notice. So it was amazing to see the support. And some of these folks, you know, some of them are lobbyist representatives that are in the Capitol anyways, representing these organizations. But to get everybody there together, because there's a lot going on during the session, you know, pulling people in a lot of places. But we really wanted to make sure that the committee chairs and committee members knew that this wasn't an issue that was specific to traffic safety or groups like that. You know, it's really
So when you gathered this list of potential witnesses, they had to prepare their speech, and you said you have 5 minutes. You need to. Is that the general idea?
Yeah, and that goes back though to, you know, making sure you bring these folks to the table ahead of time. So a lot of these organizations had sat in on coalition calls. They knew what we were about. They knew our goals, and you know, and some of them were just they're basically saying, you know, my organization supports this. But the victim advocates, for certainly, you know, they had their speeches prepared. I know Angie from AAA Missouri did. Taylor did with MRT. MoDOT had theirs prepared. So it really is. There's a lot of pre-planning going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, we were able to kind of coordinate testimony so that we were like, you know, when they opened it up for testimony, you know, MoDOT's coming in talking about the perspective from a highway safety perspective, giving their data that's up to date for that year. Then Angie's coming in and talking about the insurance side and why the insurance rates are going up and how that's impacting individual consumers. And we're up there talking about it from a bicycle pedestrian advocacy perspective. And then we've got the victims advocates that are giving their individual testimonies. And then it allows the other organizations that maybe it's their first time participating to just kind of get up and say, yeah, I think this is really important too. And they've kind of had those key points already hit.
And did you coach them?
We didn't have to do a lot of coaching. Yeah, people kind of knew already. I mean, it's just talking to people, right? It's really no different than this. So I think people like build it up to be this like big, stressful, like it's just talking to people. Those people are at the Capitol because they're supposed to be representing you, right? And so you just getting up and saying, hey, this is important to me and this is where I live, that's enough. Like, doesn't have to be really complicated. So some different pictures over the years. This was 2021. AAA put together a great event in front of the Capitol, brought a car that had been crashed in a distracted driving crash, and then had a kind of convening on the outside of the Capitol because that was kind of where we were at at that time, and really helped highlight the issue. This is Lori. She passed away during Lori Brown. She'd lost her son to a distracted driver. She was just a really tremendous advocate as well in the center. This was 2022. Again, at the Capitol. The one that I showed earlier, kind of at the Capitol, was 2023. So we've been doing this for a number of years now, showing up and making sure that this issue stays on the forefront. The other thing that the policy and advocacy group consistently did was, Angie and I and several others would consistently be at the Capitol at the beginning of session, walking around. We had great relationships with a number of bill sponsors, so Barry Bean and Greg Razor, Senate Bill 56 and 61, which were the original kind of host for the language that we wanted. They took the language that we had used in previous years, we workshopped with some of them, and then they reintroduced it this year. And so then we knew kind of like already what the major things that legislation was going to do, and had, our one pager like we had from earlier, we had the ability to kind of go in and say, this is what the legislation is going to do, this is what it's not going to do, and have those conversations early on in the session. So by the time we're having hearings, it's not the first time that they've heard about that bill. They're already primed for what we're trying to accomplish. So now the fun stuff, Missouri's new hands-free, the citizens bending hands-free law, and kind of what it does. As I mentioned before, it passed as Senate Bill 398. It was originally part of Senate Bill 5661, which are Barry Bean and Greg Razor. Those were two different kind of sample languages that we really liked as a coalition. One was built off of the National INCOIL model, National Coalition of
Insurance legislators?
Insurance legislators.
Insurance side,
the insurance side, language. The other one was based off of some MoDOT language. It was a little bit more basic, but MoDOT is basically missing out on funds because Missouri didn't have this law. And so they wrote a very basic version for this year saying, hey, if we can at least get this across, that'll make us eligible for those funds. So what happened very early on in session is in committee, those were combined together, and that law was renamed in honor of Stephanie and Adrian. They gave testimony at that first hearing, and so they said in combining these bills, we're going to name it after those two victims and their families. And so that was ultimately amended onto language at the end of session. It was down to the wire. We had a week to go. It looked like the bill wasn't going to pass. Our original bill, how many of you are familiar with like the way the Missouri legislative process works? Fair amount.
A lot to be familiar with, right? Yeah.
You can amend a bill down to the absolute wire. And so what typically happens, especially towards the end of session, which is when things have passed, is everybody that's worried that their bill isn't going to pass, they start offering amendments onto other bills to try and get that language across the finish line, which is ultimately how ours passed. But it also creates an environment where legislators are sometimes typically worried about things. If it hasn't been heard in committee, you can get amendments that added to it that make it more difficult to pass. So that's what happened to 5661, was some amendments got added that people weren't quite as sure about. And so it kind of became you'll hear the term the Christmas tree at the Capitol. And so we ended up getting ours added onto another bill that had a couple of other traffic safety things on it, and it passed that way. This is a couple of quotes from the bill's sponsors, just really highlighting the need and the bipartisanness of this legislation. And we're just really, really happy that it got to where it did. And it's just a really exciting thing. So what is the law? So this is a new graphic. We've got printouts of this at the state fair right now. And I'm gonna let Nick kind of highlight some of the major points.
So to your question, what can and can't you do under the new bill? Very simply put, you see the image on the bottom on the right, holding your phone in your hand, can't do that. You can have it in a cup holder, you can have it on a phone mount. You could still use your phone with hands-free technology. So that includes Bluetooth headsets to talk on the phone, that includes wired headsets, that includes your ear pods to have phone conversations. You can still have your phone mounted, use navigation, you can use your maps. You can still listen to Spotify, audiobooks, that sort of thing. Again, as long as that phone, that app or whatever you're using can be manipulated with one touch or one swipe. Again, what you can't do, you can't manually type, write, send, read any text-based communication. That includes scrolling on social media, surfing the web. And then we also had to specify, interestingly enough, you can't watch, record, post, or send or broadcast a video or movie. No more watching Netflix. No more taking Zoom video calls. You can still use audio calls, but no video calls. And no more taking Snapchats of you driving around. And again, this is a model law from NCOIL and what a lot of other states have passed as well. There were a couple caveats, concessions we had to make with amendments, and we'll get into a little bit more. But the law as it passed is secondary enforcement. That was not our first goal. Of course, we wanted primary, and the difference between that is it means that you can't be pulled over simply for having your phone in your hand. You have to be violating another moving violation like speeding, swerving in order to be pulled over. It's similar to how our seatbelt law is in Missouri. You can't be pulled over for just not wearing your seatbelt. So it makes it a little bit tougher on the enforcement side. Again, though, we're not really publicizing that, or we're not really highlighting the fact that it's secondary. And again, we think that most people want to do the right thing. They want to follow the law. So when we say that it's illegal to hold your phone in your hand, we know and hope that most people will follow that. For convictions, so it's sort of a tiered system within a 24-month period. You can see the fines increase there. There's also now provisions in the law that will make it a misdemeanor or a felony if you have a crash, if you're on your phone and have a crash that results in significant property damage, which that's defined in the law as well, or cause injury or death. So previously there was really no specific outline in Missouri statute that said if you were distracted driving and you killed someone, here were the penalties.
I forgot what I was going to say, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's about, do you get points on your license?
No, so we initially had the points on there as well, and that was an amendment that got added in the Senate. From AAA's perspective, we didn't want it, and the intent of the law is not to be a money grab for law enforcement or for municipalities. So we wanted to go the points assessed route. I forget, some of the senators had issue with the fact that if you had like a third conviction, you might have your license suspended. We think that would be a good thing if you're violating this three times in a 2-month period. But again, that was a concession we had to make. So no points assessed, just the fines.
But is it on your driving record so like your insurance could go up?
Yeah, it would be considered like a moving violation. Yeah.
And to the point of the enforceability from a primary versus secondary, how many of you knew that you couldn't be pulled over for just not having your seatbelt on by itself? A couple, right? But I think majority of Missouri citizens don't know that, right? They just hear, hey, buckle up, it's the law, right? And so that's really the intent of this is the enforcement side of this. Yes, we want it to be enforceable, but that's not the primary vehicle. We want to be able to kind of enforce the behaviors that we want to see, right? So I think that's the kind of one of the primary things with this being a hands-free law is, hey, we want your phone down, we want you paying attention to the road. And so that's kind of, as you're helping educate and stuff, that's kind of the messaging is pay attention to the road at hand. That's really the focus. The other tidbit on that, we rode together this morning, and so at one point we're riding, and this is just outside of Jefferson City. We see somebody cross the shoulder line, and I said, "How much you want to bet?" That person's on their phone. We drove past, and person's driving down the highway with a phone in their hand. So because they crossed the lane line, that would have been enforceable, right? So it's fairly simple still for law enforcement to be able to do that. So.
Yep.
Is it true that there is language in there that prohibits cities from making it a primary offense?
It is still part of that 2009. So it still preempts the local control of that. So yeah, unfortunately. But we've got a place to start. We can always improve on it in later years, but this was the biggest hurdle in my opinion.
Oh, I know what I want to ask you. Does Missouri get its federal highway funds because of this change in the law now?
Yes.
The full extent of the available funds?
Yes.
I think there's still a small amount.
Is there a little bit?
But
I don't think it's the majority of it. That was a key point from MoDOT as well.
I think the primary versus secondary, like they don't get quite as much, if I'm remembering right. But it's.
But we have seen other states similarly pass secondary enforcement hands-free laws, and then years later change it. So that, as Taylor said, this was definitely the biggest hurdle, was getting something on the books. It's not exactly what we'd want from a traffic safety perspective, but it certainly is an improvement to what we had, and it is definitely a good starting spot. One other thing to note on the bottom there, so drivers can still use a handheld phone to report a crime, emergency, or crash. So those are exempt. Also not on here, but just kind of more background for you. Law enforcement, emergency responders, roadside workers, those folks are exempt from the law as well, written exemptions. The law also finally puts it on the books that it's illegal for school bus drivers to be on their phone while they have passengers. Amazingly, that was okay before, so that's another added one. And then also, as long rideshare drivers, Ubers, Lyfts, as long as they have their phone mounted, they can still obviously use that for their work. So,
So again, what you can do, help educate friends and family about the law. So what we want to focus on is like really paying attention to the task at hand. If you're driving, put the phone down. Make a plan before you even put the car in drive. Put the phone on silent. It's too much of a temptation. If you've not activated Do Not Disturb while driving on your phone, please do that. That's it should come default. That is a personal pet peeve of mine. Do Not Disturb while driving should automatically come on every new phone. It's just too convenient to have that happen. So don't hold your phone while you're driving. Don't manually send text messages. I don't care if you're playing Candy Crush or texting your cousin. Just don't do it. And then don't watch things while you're driving. So again, please help us. So August 28th, the new law goes into effect. A part of the way that we structure this was that there is a 1.5 year warning period. Thank you, 5 minutes. So the law goes into effect August 28th. We're gonna be hounding it from the beginning. We're also gonna be hounding it in January 1st, whenever it's a year out from the time whenever you're starting to get penalty provisions. We really don't want people to be fined for this. We want people to stop using their cell phones while driving, right? Like that's the whole intent of this. We don't want this to actually have to be enforced. We want people to stop the behavior. So whatever you can do to help us educate those around you. One of the things that I think is really helpful is just the language that oftentimes they use in schools is, I don't feel safe right now, or I don't feel safe when. Practice that when you're in a car with somebody that's using their phone while driving. That's a really impactful statement. As humans, we want to make people feel comfortable, those around us. I don't feel safe whenever you're distracted by your phone right now. Can I do that for you? That can be a really impactful thing to practice and be ready for, and that will help immensely as we move forward. Add anything to that?
Taylor, did I understand that this is like the seatbelt law, that it's not a primary stop?
Not a primary stop, but if you're speeding, if you're crossing lane lines, if you ran a stop sign, anything else, this can be added on as a part of that. So, some takeaways. Have a broad coalition. If you want to accomplish any policy things, make sure you're bringing a broad coalition of folks in. I think it was really, really helpful that we had like highway patrol, we had the insurance industry, we had advocates, we had individuals, both victims and otherwise, involved in this. Make sure that you're pulling in partners from all different areas as you're trying to accomplish these things. Focus on the stories of the people and families who've been the most impacted. I think this goes for anything. Again, the data points are one thing, but we need to kind of humanize those data points to get people to see beyond just the numbers, so that people understand what this means from our own lived experience perspective. Make the issue easy to understand and work to understand the arguments of those who aren't in support. So we didn't talk about that quite as much, but updating that one pager was really kind of going back from, hey, what did we hear from legislators? What was really popping out to them? How can we highlight that better? What are some other data points or things that we need to highlight to make sure that this is a message that they're understanding and it's resonating with them? So that's super important. Make yourself and your coalition known to legislators and build relationships. Like I said, show up at the beginning of session, let them know that you're going to be back at their door again and again, and you're going to be talking with them about this issue. The other important component of that is that, I've got cell phone numbers from individual legislators in the Capitol. If we needed to know where the legislation was or what was likely to happen, as much as I've spent time at the Capitol, I still don't understand the way that things work all the time. And so being able to call a legislator and be like, hey, what's going on? What are the rumblings that you're hearing is really important if you're trying to accomplish policy work at the state level. Show up and be persistent. Like I said, this has taken many, many years, and that's just the way that it is. You've got to be persistent if you want to accomplish these things. Don't lose heart, keep going on it. So changing policy takes time. You got to keep with it. So any last, so quick little visual, somebody holding their phone. This is what we don't want you to do.
Great animation.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, as this law will start in August, you said, what is the effort as far as different agencies working together? Right now, it feels like everybody's on their own to educate about it, and it would be really interesting, like buckle up, phone down type of thing. Is there a campaign that everybody can get behind and push this out?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And in the coalition, we had the Hands Free Coalition, but we got our goal across the finish line. But now the real work starts, right, of educating people. So the coalition is not disbanded by any stretch. We're sort of just reorganized, refocused on what we need to do. So we've been working with MoDOT and Highway Patrol on different campaign options. We don't have a real solidified one yet, but we started with the handout. Highway Patrol is going to be passing that out the state fair. We're working with Department of Revenue to get those and more information in the DMVs when people go to renew their license. We'll at AAA, we'll be doing a big news media push the week that it goes into effect. So and then MoDOT, they work with Bucket Media, who's a great marketer in the Columbia area. So they're going to work with them to develop a campaign in the fall that we can help promote. So it's going to take time. It's going to take time to educate people. Again, that's why we had it built into the law that the penalty provisions won't kick in until January 1st, 2025. So again, not about catching people.
Something we're gonna communicate though. Like I'd like
Yes.
to know which points do we want to really strike and which ones we don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, and we have, that's a great question. We have a talking points document already drafted, ready to go from the Hands Free Coalition. We can certainly share that as well as this handout with you all in case you either get questions from media or questions from your members on the highlights of what the law actually says. So yeah, that's a great question. Thank you.
Got media contacts for both Nick and myself on there too. So if you hear of opportunities to highlight it in the media too, we know that's still an important way that people hear about things. Be a part of that. We're happy to come and talk to local news media and highlight the new law.
You should be on Good Morning America.
Good Morning Missouri.
Yeah.
A lot more. Yeah.
Well, look out in the next couple of weeks. You might see us locally.
Yeah. But yeah, there will be follow-up materials on that. That's part of the reason we were developing this, is kind of trying to get that message out and make sure
I think you should have a media blitz. So go on all the local radio stations, all the talk. Are you already doing?
That's our plan. Yeah. That's partly in the works. So yeah, we're gonna try. So
the other part of that is, I'll just say, if you hear of local opportunities, we're like, hey, this reaches a lot of people. A lot of people are showing up for that. Like the Missouri State Fair is one of those things. We knew we got to have a handout there. This event itself, right? This is a part of letting people know that already care about this, trying to kind of get the education and the word out. Let us know, right? My email is on the website. I'm happy to connect with you. Please let me know. We want to build a calendar of all those things as they're happening to try and make sure that there's as many opportunities for people to hear about this, and we're really getting the word out in advance.
I'll send you some dates.
That'd be great. Any other questions? We good? We'll be around too if you have some. Yeah, I think they want people to get back in here.
We started 5 late, so we ended 5 late, so we're gonna move to next.
Cool.
Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people here are also on the Roadway Safety Coalition.
Okay.
So I'm the secretary.
Northwest District.
Oh, great, yeah.
Those types of, like, coordinating events and distributing the information, so.
The Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. So do you work with Deborah?
We're through MoDOT next thing.
Yeah, Deborah, I forget her last name with MoDOT.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, classes, like, hey, I see her and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, that's awesome.
Send us some stuff and we'll get that sent out.
Yeah, and I'm sure working with MoDOT, I'm sure the coalition will send out some of those materials too, but it always helps.
your video off, your video feed off. It's just a little distracting in the room because we can see your video feed. So thank you.
All right. Well, we are excited to be here. I'm going to kick it off. I'm with the National Center for Mobility Management through the Eastern Seals Transportation Group. That is one of the many federal transit administration centers that we run. And then we also have the National Aging and Disability Transportation Center. That is a mouthful. We are virtual. I am based right down the street here. Lucky for you guys here in Jefferson City. My region is the Southeast region, Region 4, all the way down the south and through the islands. No, I don't get to go on vacation there for work. I wish I did. And the Midwest is my region. And that's Region 7, just in case you need to know where you were. So we're going to talk about bikes. We're going to talk a little bit about mobility management. And I know we have a lot of transportation planners in the room. We have urban planners who may have some mobility managers, engineers, and a lot of times those roles kind of double. But a lot of times as we're planning, whether it's the infrastructure, the transit routes, anything that we're planning, neighborhoods, as our communities are expanding, we know that Jeff City has been growing and the outer areas are growing, and we look at it, we're like, sure, you can put a new subdivision there, but we don't think about the roads, the sidewalks, and then people that may be biking on them. We don't even think about how the buses, scooters, and things connect. So that's why it's titled, What About Bikes? Okay, and you see these little funny comments, and that's not to make fun of it, it's kind of play because these are real things that happen, right? When we don't plan properly, we don't raise the awareness about the importance of how they integrate into our community and into our systems, and kind of the complete streets, which we'll talk about a little bit later with what Alvaro presents also. These are things that can happen, like we see the bus accident hitting or the bike running to the bus. We also see where you see everybody squeezing the bus and the bike has a little bitty lane and the stop, and you see the car has all this space. And then you see the guy making fun of the guy riding the bike to work because they're spending a fortune in gas. And we all know that gas just went up. So that's a very realistic thing. Let's see if this will. Oh, you already got it, okay. So we've already talked about that. We'll skip over that slide. And I've told you a little bit about who we are. I'm sorry that's coming up blank for some reason, but we are basically a free consulting center. Everybody likes free, right? So I know there's consultants in the room. I've been there, but sometimes you may not be able to afford that. But we also work with consultants to help give them data and resources to help make sure that we have those better plans and we have better integration. So I just want to throw that out there. Our mission for our center, if you guys want to go to the next slide, is that we like to focus on communities and various groups that are really trying to raise the awareness for mobility for communities of low income, those with disabilities, veteran disabilities. We have a large influx of refugees across the areas. And in some of those countries, guess what? Can't own a car, they ride bikes. You know, if you've ever been abroad, biking is a very, very big thing in a lot of places to get to work or get to different places or get to the markets and things like that. If you want to go to the next slide, there's a little bit of an icebreaker. Sorry, forgot I have the clicker here. And this is an icebreaker that I developed during COVID. It was very hard to do it virtually, and it's going to require that some people stand up in the room. And it used to be called Get Off the Bus. Now I changed it for biking. It's called Ride Your Bike, okay? Get off your bike or, stop along on your bike. So I need some volunteers, or I'm going to put on my teacher hat when I used to teach at the university and kind of pull you out of my classroom here. Just need a couple of people, and you're gonna pretend that you're riding your bike, and you're gonna listen for key transportation words or transit words or bike words. We got any more bike riders? Didn't people ride their bikes here today? Yeah, okay. So, and then we're gonna stop along the path and discuss those key words, okay? So we're riding along on our bike. We're on the Katy Rail. It's a beautiful day. It's not hot like today, but it's great. It's in the fall. Maybe we're going to Hartsburg to the Pumpkin Festival. That's coming up in October. And I'm going to throw out, and I want you to take either the path to your right or the path to your left. The path to your right is first mile, last mile. Okay, the path to your right. The path to your left it's a broken bridge. I can't get over it. Okay? You can stay in the middle of the path and you're not sure. Do I want to take the risk and jump over that? Now let's talk about what you picked. And there's a lot of different things we can grow. We're not going to go through this whole exercise, but this is a great exercise, and yes, anyone can borrow it because it makes you think and have discussions. Why did you take the path to the right? What does first mile, last mile mean to you?
Destinations.
Okay. What else? Anyone else?
It's always making sure you get to where you need to go.
Right. Why did you go to the broken bridge? You went to the Broken. I went to. Yeah, right, who went to the Broken Bridge? And why?
From your right, I wanted to go to the first mile last
Okay, and you were kind of in the middle, like you just stayed on the path. You weren't for sure where to go, or you're over. Okay. So the Broken Bridge, though, I want to say is, you can take that risk to go over that rickety broken bridge, right? And then you could assess that and you can go back to your community and make it better. Or you can take the risk to jump over it. You could crash, you could fall. But we know that something needs to be done, right? Because I can no longer go on that path. It's not accessible anymore. And how long is that going to be broken? How long has it been there, right? Maybe the flood washed it out, things like that. The first and last mile is really important because I might take Jeff-Tran all the way out there to DOC, SEMA, Command Web, or one of those places. And then I get off on the stop on East McCarty and I'm like, I still can't get to work. So I got to walk down Highway 50, which is really dangerous. Or I have to walk down that outer road, I think it's Algoa Road or something like that, which is really dangerous, right? But we do have bike racks, but I can take a bike and I can bike there, right? And so that's why we do these kind of icebreakers. It kind of gives you more of an understanding, but there's a lot of topics you can throw out there. So I'm just going to stop right there just to save time. But basically, if anyone ever wants to use this or with community leaders, you throw out different topics. I will give you the topics, the terms, and then you kind of have those discussions and then you show them case studies and scenarios. And it's a really, really great tool to kind of advocate and to let them see the different perspectives, okay? Sorry, I'm looking at the front and the back. So role of a mobility manager. We're all mobility managers in this room. You're like, no, I'm not. I'm a city engineer. You're a mobility manager too. Mobility manager is not just riding a bus. It's whether it's car, bus, scooters that we have laying around here, and bikes. Bikes are really important. Why? Why are bikes probably just as important as walking as a mode?
You can do them anytime.
Right. You can use them anytime. Why else are they more important?
We complain louder.
Right. No, but I mean, think about it, right?
They move that greatest density of people in the smallest amount of space.
Exactly. Guess what? State Farm's not going to charge you $1 million to insure a bike, right? Bikes don't take a lot of gas, right? You can park them. Some bikes are really cool. You can fold them and put them on your plane storage. You can fold them and put them in your wheel bag. I don't know if you guys see any of those, but we saw those at your conference, this year. I mean, you can take, bikes anywhere, right? They're also what? Affordable, okay? Now, I know in here, a lot of people, including my own kids, went to Redwood last night. They went on a shopping spree for some more bikes, expensive bikes. But also, you can just pick up a basic bike at Walmart. That's fine. It'll get you where you need to go. It'll get you to work.
They're also healthy.
Yes, okay? The last session we were in, they're very healthy. Okay, they keep you in a state of good repair, as we say with FTA for vehicles. Your body's in a state of good repair, or they keep you on a healthy lifestyle, right? And so those are all the important key factors for bikes. Also, your mental health is super important. It gets you outside, gets you in fresh air. Places are still coming out of COVID. People are still isolated, still scared about things like that. And sometimes it just helps just to go out and ride a bike. Get your kids out to ride a bike. We work with the CDC a lot, and the health obesity rates are like through the roof, okay? But just as simple as walking or riding a bike, not driving a car, changes that in a matter of like 30 days. So the mobility management part is that we can all play that role and be the mobility manager. We can manage those modes. Instead of taking your car to GURBS, I say that because I live on Memorial Park, there's a guy in our neighborhood, and I see him about every 2 weeks. He rides his bike to GURBS now. And I had never seen him do that. He has the bags on the handlebars. And I'm like, that's really cool. We have a lot of paths. We have another bike shop right down the street. But, it's right down the street. Why not take your bike instead of wasting gas in the car, right? We're going to talk about CCAM. That's partnering with other organizations. That's at a federal level. Why not partner with other organizations around here and see if they have the same initiative for being active and they can support any of the mobility organizations and the bike organizations. Different groups, different insurance groups, social services, all those different agencies, they have money, DHSS, even locally, to support a lot of the initiatives that you are working on and the integration of bikes in community programs. And I think that's super, super important, especially now with Missouri's aging plan. Seniors are going to outnumber everyone in this room, because we're all super young in here, okay? And guess what? They have money to support. And guess what? Those seniors want to get around. There are a lot of seniors that like to bike. And I think people just kind of leave those populations out, just like they leave the population of kids out. And there's an in-between group of us that we grew up riding bikes and we know how, but those two populations are kind of left out and they don't know how, right? And also those with disabilities. So those that may need some sort of adaptive bike or even adaptive scooter of some sort, okay? I know we're here for bikes, but scooters also we like to include in there. And so partnering with those different organizations make a difference, and they can help fund these. They can help fund the integration into your transportation systems and your community program. You can look up CCAM, Google it, CCAM FTA, and it even gives you examples of various programs, whether it's with HHS, DOT, or even USDA, that will support active transportation programs. You got to dig on their page, look at the funds, look at the requirements, but it's there. It says it in little bitty words, okay? These are some e-learning modules we'll talk to you all about that talks about anything from biking to busing to integration to funding, how to advocate, all of those things that are free. So we're all short-staffed. Sometimes we need to play that dual role. Sometimes we're given that task and we don't know where to start. But guess what? We can tell you how to do it for free. Or you can call me or call one of us and we'll tell you how to do it and we'll tell you how to integrate the bikes. There's also a cool platform, Mobility Management Connection. We gave a lot of webinars and trainings all about bikes last year. And I'm not sure if some of the different bike organizations knew about it, but there's things all across the way. I know Jackson, you guys know about Obayi Reed in Chicago. He's with Equiticity, huge bike movement. And you're like, I know that guy. And he actually goes across the world in rural communities and tries to set up bike connections. And it's really, really great. And in places just like this and how they can integrate them in the system. At the session earlier, someone mentioned, Britt mentioned champions, having champions, right? To raise awareness about integrating bikes in communities, bike lanes, integrating your transportation systems, and just any activity that you do for active transportation. And so we work really hard on our level in different communities that we have champions to go out across the regions and to help assist groups for free, okay? And to get this information out here. And it tells you how to sign up, and Brent can send that information out to you all later. But I just wanted real quick, and we're zooming through this because we only have so much time, and I'll keep you up on time so you'll have enough. But thoughts about this image. Look at this image. It says transit cycles. What does this mean to anyone when they see this? Look at the word.
I just read it as tranquil for a moment.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Should transit be in the same word with cycles? Is that weird?
Not to me, I think bikes are the best way to travel.
Right.
But the thing that strikes me is that's a road bike.
Right.
It's not very functional for transit, and there's nothing about adaptive in that at all.
Right, okay. But maybe that's the only bike I can get for now, right?
Yeah.
I just moved to Jeff City, I have a car, I need a ride to go work downtown at the state or whatever. And then I can upgrade later, right? But you're right, but it also, we need to make sure that we have something adaptive for maybe someone else who wants. So a lot of times, the reason why I put this image up and I came across it, they have a whole website and the lady's great who started Transit Cycles, is because there's a lot of separation. And you all know from the Missouri Transportation Task Force, they're trying to bring all that together because we're working on a lot of the same things. But it's kind of like sometimes us who bike, we're like in our own world. We're like, we don't care about you all over there. You just do your roads and streets, and you guys do your buses, and you do your rails and whatever. But we need to come together and see how we can integrate, right? It was mentioned earlier in the session that I didn't want to bike also because I didn't want to die. I didn't want to get hit by a car, and that's very real because, we started getting bike lanes here. It was like, thank you, God, and I hope everybody pays attention to the bike path, right? We still have some work to do. They could be colorful. They could have some barriers a little bit, things like that. But it's not, it is kind of ironic that they use transit cycles because that's how they look at it. It is a form. It's just like taking a bus or a rail in some places. You've seen the new thing, bike trains. You've seen schools are doing that to get kids to school. Take a bike train, instead of taking a bus to school. So I just wanted to show this, get your ideas. The other one is this cool little cartoon. These days, transit innovations are coming to us so quickly. And it talks about, this is real, that they call the police. because these bikes are just laying around. There's a lot of things going on in cities where they're like, we don't want these in these cities. We don't want these bikes around here. We don't want, I want to hear what the responses are to that. My presentation is not just for me to present it to you, but it's about talking and how we can better integrate and work together. What have you seen in your communities?
Yeah, we tried the bike share and it didn't work, but we do have the bird scooters now, and the same thing where the cops end up, everyone's like, why are these in this part of town? It's like it's supposed to be used everywhere, and that's the
And where are you from?
St. Joseph.
Okay, yeah. You're, okay, the St. Joe Transit with Chaz in it, or Chance. Yeah, okay. So we were in Iowa a year ago, and they have the scooters, but what was really cool about the scooters, and my mom was with me, and she's senior age, and they have the scooters that are adaptive. You can sit down. And she said, oh, well, I could use one of those. We have those in Jeff City because I can't stand on this little, imbalance, And it's the same thing. They have different types of bikes now. They're adaptive. And that's really, really important. But why are we calling the police? Because it's something different, and that's when we know we need to raise the awareness and really be at the table of the planning phase of how to make sure it's integrated. I wanted to throw this out here. San Francisco to Oakland commuter shuttle is still $1. It's 35 years. We know it's always funny is a problem. We don't have money to do it. There's still $1. And there's more. I want you guys to look that up, of how they can take the bus or the shuttle or, ferries and like that, and how they make it work. And they integrate it into their commuter system. And then we talked about the seniors population is going to increase. I want to talk about Wisconsin. They have a really, really good cycling without age program, an adaptive bike program. And I can't go over this now. This is a whole presentation by itself, but it's an awesome program, Wisconsin Bike Fed, and some of you guys may know about it. It's great. Look, they have volunteers, and it goes into a whole calendar of how you can get trained at different sites, and it's for those with for seniors, and also for those with disabilities. It is really, really great how they're integrated into their system. And it may seem like, oh, we can't do that here or wherever but you really can. You really can. Yes, it takes work, but they really brought people to the table, sat down, and made a plan of how we can integrate this into our whole community. And then you see people just biking alongside there as well. The police department, volunteers, all sorts of people. And it's a really, really great program. And so I see some people writing it down, but I can have them send it out, to everyone. But let's take it another step further. What is this? Is it a smart car or is it bikes? Do we know?
Velomobile.
Right. But it's like an adaptive bike, People are like, do we need those? Where are we going to put them in the city, right? I, several years ago, was temporarily disabled. I had a surgery. They went in with some nerves and things that happened. I couldn't walk when they went in. I came out, I couldn't see straight. I had to go through physical therapy to walk again, ride again. And it actually was a problem for me to ride Jeff Train. And so I couldn't drive for a long time. And we always tell people at DTC that you may be able and fine now, but you don't know what could happen. So by the grace of God, I'm doing great now. They're like, we're probably gonna get you back to 70%. I really had to push it. And then it was right before COVID and tons of therapy. But, maybe if I didn't come out so well, that would have been awesome for me to drive around here to get to work over there at the DOT building and park in the back, right? There's a whole video that I want you to look that up, organic transit, because there are communities that are starting to look at these as an alternative bike for seniors, for those with disabilities, that they can easily control and ride around, and that can be purchased. There are even some of these systems like where their insurance may cover part of that, which I think is really, really great. The other one is I wanted to really, really hone in on to make it a movement and make it the norm to have bikes integrated. This is Equiticity. They do community bike rides. We know we have them through here, which are great. They make a big deal out of these. They have about 25 sponsors at all their bike rides. Anybody, from the coffee shop to Blue Cross Blue Shield to a bank to whoever, and they make it a big deal, and you see everybody. Kids, mom, dad, grandma. And so how do we solve this problem? What can we do? we're gonna roll into our next presentation about universal mobility because it's all about having a kind of complete streets, but it's more than that. It's universal mobility that includes the infrastructure, the different types of mobility, all the people at the table, and all the roles that you play in your planning office, your city office, and your transportation office. And from there, these are a list of our TA centers. So you can contact either one of us, and we can connect you to any of these centers as a resource that has help. So I know that was quick, but we can always get you guys somewhere. We'll be around the whole day as well.
Thank you, Enjoli.
Go ahead, go have yours pop up.
Let's see.
Alt tab, I think, over to here.
Do I manage this from here? I guess.
Yeah.
And then I guess I would go. Screen mode. There you go. Everybody see it, okay? Have the pleasure to be the last speaker of the last session in the morning, so thanks for bearing with me. Alvaro Villagran, I'm the Director of Federal Programs at the Shared Use Mobility Center. I'm happy to be here today with you all. I'm going to be sharing some resources around universal mobility, implementation resources, couple of policies, and it's going to be kind of dense in terms of content, but it's kind of giving you an overview of some interesting tools that you can explore on your own after this session. So just to start with quick hands up, who have heard about the Shared Use Mobility Center before? Okay, very few people. So let me introduce our work and ourselves quickly. Shared Use Mobility Center, we are a non-for-profit organization working in the public interest. We're work nationally with communities of all sizes and agencies of different levels, from federal, to community organizations. We work to replace the car-centric transportation with people-focused shared mobility to fight climate change, promote equity, and strengthen communities. That's our mission. A little bit of the work we do. We are one of the technical assistance centers working with the Federal Transit Administration, and we are running the Mobility Innovation Collaborative with almost 50 projects all over the country in different areas. And this is some information you can look up later on. We are also part of a capacity building team for the FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, Thriving Community Program that is just starting the first round this year. So we're very excited as well to support federal government with this program. We also work in California providing technical assistance and capacity building to the Clean Mobility Options program. This is working directly with disadvantaged communities, promoting clean mobility options, and bike and scooter sharing are part of them. And we also do a lot of applied research. So whether it is branded as SAMC reports, or you may find it through TCRP reports, or other type of research projects that we collaborate with, and this is another big part of the work we do, and we share this openly and free to the public. As Enjoli mentioned earlier, we host an annual summit. This is a prime event for shared mobility, and we're planning already our 10th edition next year in Chicago in May. It's a lot of fun, a lot of good information from different modes, people from all over the country. So please keep that on your radar for next year. And just to finish a little bit of what we do, we also convene what we call the Shared Mobility 2030 Action Agenda. This is bringing together stakeholders from the industry and trying to push for making shared mobility more affordable and more accessible and safer, as people can live a not an auto-dependent lifestyle. So that's it for SAMC's overview of our work. So today I want to focus quickly on a few resources related to universal mobility. So to start with, I'm going to be referring a lot to a webpage that we host. So this is a universal mobility implementation resource that is already published on the Mobility Learning Center website. So you can find a lot of information there. This is the result of 2 years of work with a work group that the Shared Use Mobility Center and the National Center for Mobility Management convened with universities, people from transit agencies, working in accessibility as well from local governments. And, we try to attack, different topics and questions about how to make mobility more accessible. And I do want to acknowledge also the work of my colleagues Al Benedict and Alex Rosender, who led this effort, and kind of representing them in presenting to you this content. So when we talked about universal mobility, many of you may be familiar with the idea of universal design as in the infrastructure part of it, but universal mobility also brings into the mix inclusive mobility, and that's where we think more about the services, we think more about the operations, and that's not just the vehicles, it's not just infrastructure and vehicles, but as you can see in this graphic, it also includes the planning portion that many of you work directly in, the understanding community needs and reaching to the public to understand how to better serve that universal mobility goals, and the mobility data and technologies that support that. And so those are key components that lead towards universal mobility that is not just the more typical or more traditional, more engineering, architecture-oriented universal design. That's a lot of very good resources there. So the idea of the universal mobility is that it will support and make easier for all users to achieve a complete trip. And I want to just mention very quickly what is the idea behind complete trip. So when we do design for bikeways or pathways, we have those beautiful maps and invest a lot of time in the routing, but then people need to get there, right? So if people are the only way to access those bike trails is by driving there and parking in the parking lot, there is something missing, right? And the idea of the complete trip is how do we think about the accessibility to those resources and those infrastructure, from where you live, from the point of point A is your house, and then there are many aspects that goes into achieving that complete trip. Infrastructure, again, universal design, it's one portion of it, but there are other systems that also support making that complete trip possible and accessible. Sometimes when the infrastructure is not there, what you need to supply is the information to let people know, what alternative routes they can take or how to avoid, dangerous places. So this is also part of the inclusive mobility, and that achieves, this vision of the complete trip. So when we think about getting to point A to point B, is it's really access from the moment the person leaves their origin to reaching the destination, and all the systems that goes into supporting that goal. So I mentioned we developed this universal mobility planning and implementation resource, and just wanted to mention the aspects that we cover there. So the universal design resource, we're going to be talking a little bit about it in a second in activity, but the idea of how we plan for the physical infrastructure. I touch on the planning services coordination, and that is important in terms of the actual work that we do and connecting networks and systems. And the understanding passengers goes back to reaching to the communities, and sometimes the people we try to serve may not be either properly represented or find ways to express their needs. So we provide there some resources to do more accessible community engagement and needs assessments studies. And the last part, the last section touches on the mobility data and integration, which I mentioned it is a fundamental component. First, because in our current modern life, we depend so much on smartphones and the data that we share there, but also for people, for example, who use the smartphone as a way of a navigational tool, not just Google Maps, for directions, but to navigate the built environment. It's very important to have the information technologies and systems in place to support those trips. So that's it for this tool, and I'm gonna touch very quickly on 3 aspects that I just wanna food for thought. One is adapting micromobility. We work with many transit agencies, that are working also with bike share programs mostly. And one of the things that we are, encouraging, it's how to bring more of the adaptive cycling into these bike share programs. Some of them, including Mogo in Detroit and Portland, have adaptive bike share programs, usually in partnership with a local organization. It's not system-wide, tends to be along a riverfront. I just learned Jefferson City has a beautiful one here. So this is food for thought, how to make not only bike more accessible, but also the accessible bikes more present and accessible to people who can use and enjoy them. Just wanted to drop a quick note on the e-scooters that, there were some initiatives to make them more accessible by design. We haven't seen through our research, a huge impact or usage of them. Then I want to mention some initiatives on accessible sidewalks. And this is another area where I think the informational component is key. So we have the maps are statics. We don't know how the reality of a sidewalk look like when we go around. And many times doing work, from mapping at the office, doesn't give us that, on the ground experience and knowledge. So there are some people and initiatives. In this case, I'm referring the work to the Tasca Sector for Accessible Technology. They are developing open source mapping tools so people can, update and provide, information about the actual conditions of the sidewalks. And this is a collaborative, collective, effort to provide as updated information about the actual status of the sidewalks as possible. So mapping that is a big challenge. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, but as a result, you can get these type of tools where you can distinguish by user the type of conditions are on the sidewalk. So if the grade is an issue for a wheelchair, maybe not for as much for somebody walking on a walker or on a cane, the app will provide that technology to provide that information. The other one is the open sidewalks. Similar concept. The idea is that the state of the status on the ground of the sidewalks will have an impact of how people choose their path, navigate the space, complete their trips. So this is important information that is not always, clearly conveyed to the users, and this is an important part of the, universal mobility that it touches both infrastructure and information. And last but not least, very quickly, I have wanted to highlight 2 aspects of recent federal policies or programs. The first one coming from the IIJA, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. This has been a big push by Senator Duckworth. This probably touches more on big transit systems, focus on rail, but there is an awareness and a recognition and now a program that is funding some measures to retrofit or to make stations accessible to everybody. And with that, I would say this may be not an issue that non-rail agencies experience, but there's a question. Many trip planners are horizontal in nature, like you go point A from point B on a 2-dimensional space. But what if you add, needed to navigate, a mezzanine or different floors in the station, and that is another big issue that is, being addressed. That is not only infrastructure but also informational. The very last point, and this is just fresh out of the press. This was announced this week by the U.S. Access Board. They finally, after almost 3 decades in the making. There's a final rule on the public right-of-the-way accessibility guidelines. So any of you engineers or working on, on designing accessible guides on the right-of-way, you should definitely look at this because, again, this has been a lot of effort, many years, if not decades in the making, and it's finally out there. So if you haven't heard about it, now you know, take a look at it, and I hope these resources are helpful. As Enjoli mentioned, we're a technical assistance center, so if you want to reach out to us at any point, please do so.
And I just want to say that I've made with the, updating of all the stations in a lot of cities, we don't have a big transit station here or a lot of them in the city, but that is to include, bikes. And we have to take them up and down rail or bus or things like that. We do have Metro Rail in the larger cities, and how can we fit them in or try to take them in an elevator or through areas to get them where they need to be? Because some are including bike lockers in cities and just other measures, for those that are cycling or for scooters as well too, and skateboards in some areas. So we're gonna bring them the mixed day, but that's a big thing too.
Okay. So that's it for the presentation, like dumping a lot of information.
Yeah, because usually when we do these, it's like 3 days of presentations or things like that. So if you need more, like I said, we have the learning modules and more. But this is kind of the time to analyze, review, some Q&A discussion as you look at these different pictures to kind of look at what can be done better, what's wrong with this. There is a caption on it, an intersection corner with an adjacent bus-only lane and a bus stop in the distance. We don't see a bike lane. We kind of see things in the way, but I'll let you guys look at it. We're not going to tell you the answers. Kind of like those pictures you get as a kid and you're supposed to circle things that are right.
Go ahead.
There's no push button ABS signal like at the location of the ramp. So for people with visual impairments or who need auditory cue, there's nothing to press to be able to see. Like it should be right next to that ramp, and I don't see it.
On the first one.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, those poles are kind of straight in the middle of where you want to go.
Yeah, they're right ready to go.
Any other reactions to this one?
It's the only bus line, huh?
Oh, what's that?
Where have we seen those? Kansas City has them on Main Street.
Uh-huh.
You're not supposed to drive in them, bike in them, walk in them. Park, yeah, right. And I know you're from Mark. Yeah, they're working on, they've changed a lot of things.
Well,
but
they're building the streetcar on Main.
Exactly, now.
And the city just, I believe just passed an ordinance saying that the streetcar lanes, it's a streetcar, so it makes traffic, but they're actually gonna make those transit only.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but for biking, it's a little awkward. I guess you have to ride straight in the middle of that left lane. Even, it's probably kind of slow traffic and such. It looks like a downtown area, so if you're a real confident cyclist, probably works okay, but most people are not going to be very happy doing that.
Right. So I would ask KCATA, which we so for, how do we integrate the bike share they have, the scooters they have, any of that stuff? And that's what we don't need it to be an afterthought. I know they're building it now, but those are things that they need to be aware of as well.
Also, if you look at the accessible portion of it, the tactile tile, it's present on one.
On the back, but
it's here on this direction, but if you cross in this direction, there is none. So.
It's not a driveway though. It's not kind of unclear from the photo.
There's still no indication if you're crossing and
still crossing. Yeah, I think it's an alleyway actually.
You're expecting some cars crossing.
Yeah, but you could walk straight off that ramp if you're visually impaired and just be in the street.
Yeah, to get hit.
With no warning to speak
of. I'm gonna move to the next one.
So this is an image of an intersection within Bell Street Park in Seattle. It's their shared street project. What do you see here?
No curves.
What else?
On the
those raised crosswalks?
Just to backtrack for a second, is everybody familiar with the idea of a shared street? Is that So I saw some notes here. So the idea is that the street is no longer designed to be only for cars, but the cars need to be sharing the space. And the concept behind that is, in terms of prioritization of modes, is that the car has to share the road with bikes and pedestrians, not the other way around. So one of the main elements here, as somebody pointed, there is no curbside because the idea is that you bring the street level, you don't create that separation at grade because the idea is that it's going to be more accessible or more friendly for pedestrian and cyclists, and then the car will need to slow down because it doesn't have a dedicated space, dedicated right of way. So, but there are other elements that I want to see if people notice.
And for my fellow engineers in the room, that's another different traffic calming device, not the normal ones that we're used. So, because it's more inviting, as you see, it'll invite more pedestrians and makes car drivers more aware. What else you see?
The intersection seems to cry for scrambled pedestrian traffic. The light goes red in all four directions for the automobiles, green in all directions for pedestrians, and so you can cut across. I don't know whether it's been a while since I've been in Seattle, and I don't know whether that's what they do there.
They do have that in other intersections downtown Seattle. It's not shown in this one, but yes, that's another opportunity that opens up here.
It's also, we want to point out, is that you see limited parking for cars. So it's not encouraging. It's encouraging you to come by another mode that you'll see in a lot of places. This also makes it easier for when a lot of these places have festivals or events or community, programs that you don't have to worry about. Kind of like what we do downtown, we have to be like, don't park your car here, we're going to tow you, and it goes all the way down, things like that. So it's more inviting, and then just sets the stage and implements that in your mind that this is more of a pedestrian-friendly plaza and not just, a place for cars and trucks to drive.
So is the shared street this one that goes sort of bottom left to top right, and then the asphalt one is just kind of a regular street? Yeah, and I'll tell you, one thing that I would perceive to be a problem is, this street looks, I think it's kind of jiggly, and, I think people are going to drive slowly down that, and it looks like a shared street. This other one looks like a regular 2-lane street or 3-lane or something, and people are just going to be whizzing down, and then, hey, what's this? Oh, well, and just kind of go whipping on through. We've had that problem in Kansas City. The plaza is supposed to be this pedestrian thing, and people are supposed to be able to walk, but the trouble is, when you get there, there's not really a visual thing to, it looks like every other street, except a little wider. And so, in theory, people are just supposed to start crossing the street and cars are supposed to stop. The drivers, no one's used to doing that, so they've had a lot of problems because, when you enter a zone like that, you need visual cues that you're in a different place.
Exactly.
Oh, this looks like the same old road with the same old stop sign and the same old crosswalk.
And so the plaza, have you been to the plaza yet? So the plaza, I remember when I was younger, my grandma lived there, and it wasn't overbuilt. That's one thing when everyone coming to the table and plan it. Now, where there used to be kind of the older condos and apartments on the edge of the plaza in Roanoke, and now it's just like everything. And then that drew in more traffic, and it wasn't planned correctly. And that's how you're gonna bring more traffic. And there's no queues, and they left everything else in the plaza the same. And so when you try to turn out like by Cheesecake Factory, you're gonna sit there for about 30 minutes because you can't get out. But then they also didn't tie it in with, the active portion of people are playing tennis there and people are doing, so the planning side of me is like, I would like to redo that whole area in a way, because nothing connects. And so then it doesn't make it a shared street or a complete streets or anything. And that's part of the problem. It's just the city going back to the drawing board.
Also building upon your comment, and I think I'm hearing a recommendation from your comment, right? Maybe there needs to be some traffic calming interventions on this street to slow down, to signal that transition, right? And also, sometimes we plan these interventions, bike lanes and the connectivity component, right? Like we have 2 blocks with this beautiful shared street as a demonstration, but how that connects and interact with the rest of the environment, right? Like, and I think that's a very good point in terms of like maybe in jurisdiction, or maybe when you plan a shared street, like don't make it stop at the intersection. Just consider, the point of entry as well, and how, you also plan to calm down a little bit the traffic speed from the entering street. One more thing that I want to point out quickly on this image, the shared street, you see how the engineers still plan like a very straight line and the street design for the shared street. In other cases, either there's different color for the pavement or different materials to distinguish, like a high speed versus, a shared street, or they purposely place the different traffic calming, infrastructure in a way that forces the cars to wander around. So that is also another way by design to slow down.
Bulb outs and things.
Okay, let's do one more because I think we're.
This one says in the bright yellow, it's a state law, you need to yield to pedestrians, has arrows, and there's white lines that signify the crosswalk here. But what do we see? What do we really see? And maybe what are some recommendations?
Raise the crosswalk.
Okay. What else?
There could be positives as well, like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do we get?
The pedestrian island is good.
So
It gives a nice
Mhm.
two very short crossings of where the traffic is.
And it gives them a place to go because we see so many people and they're just like in the middle of the road and the cars are whizzing by. So I'm a fan of the pedestrian islands, very much so. What else?
Does it need a hawk crossing? Does it need a hawk?
Gone to all that trouble to have those like really bright signs, maybe a hawk or a full-on pedestrian signal.
The problem is you put a hawk on there and you create more visual clutter. And so they might work at cross purposes, but something to, provide another signal or provide something for pedestrians crossing.
And I think it's good that we have the brighter signs and not just the black and white because people tend to ignore those visually. And you're right, maybe a little flashing light, maybe add it to it, not something that clutters it, because then it becomes a distraction, Yeah. But that was what I was going to point out. I liked the bright yellow. Something that makes it stand out, you're kind of like warned, versus a flashing. Sometimes that it's a distraction and it throws people off. Then they don't pay attention to where they're supposed to be going. What else do you see? The different colors on the pavements?
Yeah, just with the bulb out and the pedestrian island, it really narrows the lane there visually.
Right, if you're gonna speed, you're probably gonna make swerve and tear up your car, right? And then you won't do it again. So those are all positive things that really, really help calm the traffic in this area and calm.
If there's a fire in the neighborhood, there's a traffic jam.
That's another thing.
And that may be necessary, but it's not clear where you can divert the traffic.
Right, and so who needs to be at the table?
Fire department.
Emergency services. A lot of times they are left out. A lot of times. I don't know if anyone remembers a long time ago at Lincoln University. I used to be with Trans Systems Corporation. They want us to run a transit route and cut off the traffic in the campus, not only one way. And sorry, I went to KU instead of MU, but we have that where we close it at certain times. Emergency services was like, no way. They're right by Capital Region. We got to be able to fly down that hill. We got to be able to get up around there. And that's why they never closed the traffic off on that campus. But there was a whole plan and for the Greenway Path to do all these different things, integrating the campus. And that was about probably in 2006. But that's why that never happened. And so they were at the table because that was really, really important because they actually use that as a shortcut. The police do, everybody uses that hill. So
That would be the best place if it's a pedestrian heavy University campus.
It kind of, it's small, you know, and they have, but yeah.
I can tell you, they were trying to do stuff like this, but the fire department came in like they wanted to, do bulb outs and really slow people down around the corner, and they're just like, the fire truck can't go around that, we need X radius. So they had to make the intersections much bigger, just.
Or they have to find an alternative route that's fast enough for them to get there as well, which they usually don't like to do, but there are ways to work with them. Okay.
I think we're at time.
We're getting kicked out.
So thank you for engaging in the ice breaking and the activity here. Again, a lot of resources. We hope that they are helpful, and please reach out to any of us if you have more questions or want to learn more about these tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh yeah, you can close it.
Yeah.
Brent, are you okay if I send you all?
So I worked.
Your students?
Yeah. Please.
One should be
The next one doesn't start until 2:55. Let me double check.
Well, it turns into a.
There you go.
I think I might have calculated.
Yeah, that's like an hour and 10 minutes, but that gives you cushion from lunch.
Okay,
You can do it.
They can hear you now.
All right. Hello, sorry, apologize. We got stuck in a tour at a lovely state capitol. It was very,
awesome.
it was great. It was a great tour.
The tunnel, you knew where the tunnel was.
Yeah, we did not know how to get around. So, hello, Kyle McLaughlin with Olson. I'm a transportation planner down from Lincoln. So, again, thanks for the tour. With Denny, my co-conspirator and fearless leader. Denny has got much more experience than me, so he will be.
You're gonna look younger.
Exactly. He'll give the good tidbits. But so the presentation we want to give it's all about a dream. It starts with a dream, and the highlight of this is planning and the process behind getting a 200-mile trail designation, not necessarily like built trail, but identified bike routes and preferred routes for kind of cross-country biking. So we'll start with who Olson is. A few of you were in the earlier meeting. We'll go quickly through that. Then Denny will talk about Dream Big and kind of a comparison between Vian and Bentonville. I'll talk through the process and next steps. So Olson is a Midwest firm. We are in these darker states. That's where we have our offices. We do work across the country, and we're licensed all the way across the country. We have 1,900 employees that do all kinds of different things. Denny and I focus on connecting communities, doing active transportation planning, design, bike infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure. And Denny has been doing it for just 3 or 4 days more than me, so it's okay, but we make it work. Between the two of us, and then we've got a number of other staff that help and are very interested in bike ped active planning and design. We do across the board planning, community planning, master plans, corridor studies, safety audits, funding, strategy, and grant application, kind of all the miscellaneous things that engineering firms do. And then the larger firm does all the other stuff, environmental, field services, kind of, the works. But with that, I'm gonna let Denny take over and just talk about what, how you get to something kind of this grand.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. About a year ago, I think it was, shortly after last year's summit here in Jefferson City, I was introduced to two guys. They both live in Vian, Oklahoma. One's a physician, he's an emergency room doctor, and the other gentleman is a businessman who's also a retired NFL football player. The two of them are what I call bike nuts, like I am. I mean, they just love biking. And they had a dream. Well, they had a little dream to start off. It's still a big dream, but they had a dream. They're in Vian. They said, well, I'm tired of going to Northwest Arkansas all the time to ride the mountain bike trails or to ride the Razorback. And he said, we got hilly land. We got beautiful land here in Vian, Oklahoma, which is just kind of due west of Fort Smith, about probably 40 miles. So anyway, it's kind of right down there in that part of south central Oklahoma on I-40 as it goes flying through the state. So they put their heads together and they said, we're going to build a mountain bike park here in Vian. So they reached out at the time, we're always building mountain bike trails in Northwest Arkansas. So they reached out to one of our go-to contractors there, Rock Solid, brought them to Vian, and they with the two gentlemen, Kenyatta and with Doc Ryan, a bunch of volunteers and Rock Solid, they built an awesome mountain bike park and trails there in Vian. And so they got done with that, and they kind of go, oh, this was easy. So and people started coming to Vian to ride the mountain bike trails. So that got the attention of the elected officials, the appointed officials, and city staff. And Vian's just a little spot in the road, but a cute little town. And it got the interest of the Vian Community Foundation. They're going, wow, people are coming to Vian for this bike stuff. So next thing, Doc Ryan, I just call him Doc Ryan, and Kenyatta, they said, what? We got to make it bigger. We got to connect to something. You know, people are coming here, but let's have them do other things. So that's when they reached out to me. Like shortly after last year's summit, I get a call from Dr. Ryan, and didn't know who he was, but he introduced himself, said what was going on, and he said, "Can you meet me in Fort Smith, and so we can talk about your work." He knew my work in Northwest Arkansas, so I said sure. So I went down there and talked to him, and he lives in Fort Smith now. But he started laying out this dream that he and Kenyatta have. He said, we want to create a bike route that connects Vian, Oklahoma to Bentonville. And he said, we don't know how to do it, but he said, you do. And I said, well, I've got a team. We can figure something out. So that's how it all started. They said, we just want to have this connection. And he said, because up, where we're at, gravel road, gravel riding, gravel grinding, all the words they have for it with a gravel bike, taking off on paved country roads. We have all kinds of bike routes throughout Northwest Arkansas to get out and ride. And so they want to create this connection between Vian and Bentonville. So that's how it all started. So we talked to the community foundation. They're all in. They said, yeah, because they see what's going on in Northwest Arkansas. The tune is a huge economic development catalyst, brings in, well, we just did a recent study published in April. Northwest Arkansas is receiving $168 million a year in economic development benefits. Over $100 million of that is cash to the vendors, to bike shops, to hotels, to bars, restaurants, lodging, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the cash flow is huge. Tax benefits are huge. Property values near trails have gone up. Increased property values, increased property tax, more revenue coming into the community. So it's really a win-win for all parties involved. So with Vian, the community foundation is, okay, let's get Olson on board. Let's make this thing, let's figure this out. And what's the next slide?
Yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to highlight is typically when we do planning process, we're in our own jurisdiction, right? That's our lane, and we stay in it, right? But sometimes to get bigger things done, you kind of got to throw away all the typical constraints that you have, right? You got to start talking about, okay, I like what they're doing. They're not within my kind of purview, but how do we get larger, grander, more exciting projects done? And it's really kind of starting to shed this is my box, and how do I stay in it? And so that's where Denny, I wanted you to talk on, it makes a lot of sense. Bentonville, Northwest Arkansas, international bike destination, but really just hitting on the two drivers of this are kind of why Vian's in the conversation, right? Having a dreamer even kind of makes things like this happen.
Yeah, it is. In this case, it just takes two people to have this dream to connect. Originally, they were just thinking to go up through Tahlequah. That'd be pretty easy connection past 10 Killer Lake, and then to Siloam Springs, where there's a pretty good trail system already laid out, and that would get them right there to Northwest Arkansas, right inside the door. Well, they also were talking with them. We also talked to some folks at the Walt Family Foundation, and one of the gentlemen there said, well, golly, you guys are dreaming, dream bigger, get this thing all the way to Bentonville. So that's kind of how that push between Siloam Springs and Bentonville got really pulled into play to take use of existing infrastructure as well as future planned infrastructure that's going to happen between those two communities. So again, Vian, small town, big dream. They got the mountain bike. They're seeing what's happening there. They know what's happening in Northwest Arkansas, and the lessons learned in Northwest Arkansas is really, dribbling all the way over into Oklahoma and the whole surrounding area is understanding that the dynamic of it all. So that's another reason why the folks in Vian, just little town off I-40, said, yeah, this is realistic. We can do this. So that's when we came into play to kind of shape the dream. And I met with the guys, and they plotted some things out, what we wanted to do. And the big thing that we did is we came on board, and Kyle and I and another coworker of ours, Jake, drove this whole area. 2-3 days, we were running around, inventory and everything. And in that time period, we plotted an alignment that connects Vian to Bentonville. Some of us on gravel roads, some of us on country asphalt, right-of-way pavement. We've got some little bit on ODOT, Oklahoma DOT. We have a little bit in the Arkansas DOT right-of-way. Talking with ODOT, they have been, because they realize they get it. They're the district engineer that we're dealing with, wide open, yes. Yeah, because we wanted to put it on the outside edge of the right-of-way, paralleling the highway, the state highway. And it was a big emphatic yes. So we just work with them, coordinate with them. But they said it was awesome. And then we go through country roads. So all the counties and folks we've been talking to, all been positive. Corps of Engineers, positive. They have all the land around Lake Tenkiller. Right across from Lake Tenkiller, we go through the Cherokee Game Preserve, it's called. It's a state land for hunting. But we are able to go through it, and we'll have another option around it. But again, gravel roads through there. There's beautiful scenic. So all summer long, it'd be open to traverse, no problem. Hunting season, probably avoid it. But there's just some tremendous connections that we did over that time period, just picking out the trail and alignment of it. So with that, I'm gonna hand it over to.
Yeah, and it's great time because so what's showing up here is, going back to dream big and having somebody who has that passion. This is more or less the alignment that Doc Ryan sent us, because he was out there. He's an avid cyclist. He would go out and use his own app to just, as he was making his way from Vian up to Bentonville, just mark it out, do some thought, and it took, him just doing it as a part-time to sell that thought to the Vian Community Foundation, and that's where we got pulled in to do all the rest of the things that Denny was kind of alluding to. So, I think you can't overstate how important it is to have somebody who wants to do something more important. And I know that that's kind of what the room is made out of, right? Normally, the bike ped advocates are the ones who want to break out of the shell and want to make things happen that's not ordinary, or want to make things very unique and something that draws people in. I know sometimes it's frustrating to push on the pedal when you're being told no, but that's kind of what it takes. But
how many miles is it from Vian to?
If you were able to, as a crow flies, I think it's like 130 or like 100, something like that. But as he had drawn it, it was about 170. And so from there, we needed a truth check, right? The reason we were hired on is for us to say, can this even be done? So, as Denny said, the first thing we did is start doing field visits. We drove it. Then the next day we drove it some more, and then we continued to drive it. And so we took a bunch of time, because that was the missing link. Is if you have that vision and Doc Ryan kind of laid out the thought process of why and where and how he would go up, we needed to see it. He wasn't out there taking photos. He was just riding it, and that was it.
Yeah, and some of his alignment too, just real quick, from a car, he was seeing it and said, oh, that highway has a wide shoulder. Yep. That'd be great. Well, when we get out there and look at it through our eyes and experience, we're going, boy, that's dangerous. We don't want to promote, a multi-state bike route like this and have it be a safety problem. So anyway, that's where we were looking at other roads, other side issues and things of that nature to get it off of the state highways, so that it is more scenic, as Kyle get in here, but it's just more scenic, more safe. It added miles to it. And then if you're in the presentation we gave earlier this morning across the hall, Mid-America Industrial Park, well, it's just to the west of this a little bit. So we're already looking at a connection from this route to the west to connect into Mid-America Industrial Park and Pryor and Mays County and everything that's going on there. So I'd take it up over 200. So.
Yep, and just to put it on there, so the Mid-America is right there.
Yeah. Yep.
So, all right. We definitely had life safety vest on. Don't worry, these photos are photoshopped. So don't worry about that. And what we needed to do, as I mentioned, was just go through and identify what was the hurdles, what is the, what do we want to leverage, how do we want to utilize the work that Siloam Springs is doing, the work that Bentonville is doing, the work that Tahlequah is doing. How do we tie all these different municipalities together that would have never, talked otherwise? They're doing their own thing. They're worried about their own plans. How do we make it all work? So I'm just going to go through, a few dozen pictures here of what we saw over several days worth of visits. So
shout out with questions.
Yeah, absolutely. This is free form, no problems. So the good. Denny mentioned gravel grinding. If anybody doesn't know what gravel grinding is, it's essentially go out on a gravel road and ride it, right? So a lot of times people very interested in doing that will bring toolkits with them, the fixed bikes, fixed tires. They'll have, maybe they'll camp out, or maybe they'll go for 100 miles or so. But that's one of the primary kind of goals of this, is to kind of leverage that user. But we also want to make sure that for those who aren't interested in doing that, they have stretches that they're comfortable using. We want to make this accessible to more people than just the avid gravel grinder or highway bicyclist. I've got a little note. I want that note there. Okay. So on the left is just a kind of prototypical, beautiful spot in the country road. We saw this probably 30 or 40 miles worth of just like, man, we stop and take a photo of how beautiful the sun was coming through the trees, how great it looked, how well maintained this miscellaneous county road is in the middle of kind of nowhere, Oklahoma. And so that, that was a big chunk, and that's what we wanted to make sure we were on those types of roads and not the other types that we'll get to later. And then on the right-hand side is a newly constructed trail in Siloam Springs. And I'll touch on it a little bit here later, but Siloam is just on the eastern side of the Arkansas border, and they, in coordination with the Walton Family Foundation, are building this trail to connect to a new water park that's going on in the Illinois River. So I don't know if we want to touch on that at all, but that's, just
whitewater canoeing park. So
yep. And so leveraging investments that are happening already, other tourist attractions, other reasons for people to be there and pull bike and ped, particularly over the distance biking into the fray. Lots more good. So this is that same trail about a mile and a half down the way, right as it starts to lay out into that whitewater rafting facility. An absolute gem that we found on day 2 or 3 was this nature conservating. What's the first name? Something Nickel. JT Nickel Family Nature and Wildlife Preserve. So we did not know it existed. It wasn't on any of our maps, but it's like a 60,000 acre wildlife conserve that has this great visitors destination and one single road that goes up and over a big mountain in northeast Oklahoma. And being able to identify that, say let's get that on the map and leverage some of this awesome, nature is the reason we're out here. So a couple more images. Top right is another great scenic road. Bottom right is we got about 2 hours into day one, and we realized that we were hopping on and off the
Heritage Trail
in Northwest Arkansas. That had already been some work to make it a scenic roadway, and was probably 10 or 15-year-old effort to do things, but it's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, but we're able to use it.
Yeah, and so leveraging that previous effort, that there was a very big political movement a number of years ago, and then here in the bottom center is kind of making sure that we find some of those amenities that we can continue to build on. That is, I'm gonna forget which city it's in, but it's just a bike station along the trail that if we come a few blocks south of where we originally had seen the alignment, we could leverage that. And there, I think there's
city park.
There's a city park, and then down a block or two, there was a public restroom and things. So just really the reason for doing the field visits, and just it's not fun work, but just getting out there and making sure that we take a wide swath of what the inventory of amenities are. Very important. Getting to some of the bad. There's plenty of bad, as you would imagine, going on county roads that 5 people a day use, and it's one dude driving back and forth from work. So there was a number of bridges. I'll show on another slide. A number of bridges. This bridge in the top left was inside of a city, and doesn't have guardrails on one side. Has a 3-foot sidewalk on the other, and a very old, somewhat historic-looking bridge. However, when we start thinking through what the next steps of this project looks like, we'll bring those examples forward, and that's a perfect example of let's combine needs, right? So that bridge probably needs some effort put into it for simple roadway improvements. Let's leverage maybe some TAP funds or some bridge improvement funds, and now because we're starting to identify we want this on the bike route, now it's a multimodal facility that we can kind of compound benefits. So another thing we wanted to look for is where would there be needs that we can improve? Now maybe this town, is it Siloam Springs? Okay,
Siloam Springs.
Now Siloam, can, if they want to go after a grant, they can use this plan to kind of further the needs, and then tons and tons of examples of runoff erosion that will need to be fixed if we want to make sure the roadway's safe for cyclists.
Culvert pipe.
Yep, there's a culvert. If you can't see it, there's a culvert right there that comes out, and it's eroding the road back. But we need to make sure we note those so that if we are saying that road is on our bike route, that needs to be shored up so that in 2 years it doesn't erode all the way in, and a vehicle's coming and a cyclist is coming and they get pushed off the road. Lots of examples of little tiny slab. It's not easy to see on this image, but this is a slab bridge that's down to like 10 feet wide. This is kind of all degrading over here, and just will need some improvement if we wanted to share the road. Yep, exactly. Only a couple of railroad crossings. This is a good example of an alignment that might need some improvements if we wanted to have bicyclists on it. Here's the other side of that bridge. You can see. I know I'm a bigger person, but I really shouldn't be taking up the entire sidewalk on my own. And then here's a low water crossing. There's about 4 or 5 that we found on the road, and making sure that we get those. And then another great example from Siloam Springs, actually, that this used to be a pedestrian or vehicular bridge that went across, and it's in one of those perfect positions where we can't quite figure out an easy way to cross the stream. What does a restoration or a kind of reinvigoration of the bridges down there look like with this effort? And then the ugly, there was plenty of examples of we really don't want to encourage bicycling on some of these places if we don't have improvements. This is a gravel road with steel panels covering up some likely huge holes in the road. And then this is, you would not like to see this crossing over a bridge if you're on your bicyclist. Any questions so far? I mean, this is just miscellaneous examples, but so the way we did the entire data collection is we actually used, it's called OnX Hunt. It's what Doc Ryan sent us originally. That's how there's like a hunting app and how he had done his routes. And so instead of kind of using time and pulling it over into GIS or anything like that, we actually just leveraged the same thing and found it actually has some pretty good usability. You can set all these little wayfinding points. You can make your own route, so you can drive it and it'll record where you're at. You can add pictures. So a lot of the same usability as like a ArcGIS field maps allows. So just kind of trying to be smart with the funds, because we weren't given $1 million to do the study. So I'm sure you guys could imagine just trying to be frugal.
Did you use Strava at all to see where cyclists were?
No, we have not. So we have talked about using some data like that in some of the cities, but we have not put a big effort into identifying where exactly people are riding in the country already. But
yeah, not this. I've gone through all the bike clubs, well, the major bike clubs in Northwest Arkansas. They know what we're doing, and I've talked to them about our routes. They have some plotted that are laid out that people ride a lot, but we're kind of further out from that. So we haven't done a core, Strava research and data layer yet. So just looking at where we are, so we're making those connections to the other existing ones that we know of.
But yeah, I mean, it is a good point that especially in the cities to see where people are riding and or where they're avoiding rather even too.
I mean, I live in the middle of nowhere, and we use Strava to see what county roads people ride.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think you can do this without having to do any land acquisition.
So we can get to that, but so yes is the short answer. It depends on what exact improvements we want to see and the funders. That that's kind of my last slide is the sell. What are we trying to do with this? But depending on what people are comfortable with, what people want to see. There shouldn't necessarily need to be any acquisitions. Some of the dedicated side paths and trails and things you would like to see it. Obviously, maybe it'll have parcel impacts. We're trying to stay away from suggesting any of that unless it's already on a city plan or something. That way, we're not the cause of some contention. We would rather just this to be a more fun reason for people to bike cross country. But this is a snip of what it looks like. I don't know if you can see that, but let me get out of there. My blue clicked there. So each one of those little dots is a data point that we collected along this entire system, and then you can see there's dots that aren't on the actual alignment anymore. This one in particular is one that was suggested, but is not going to work out. Again, same over here. That's just us driving different parts, different roads, and if there was something that very clearly we don't want this to happen, Some of the highways, as Denny mentioned, was a good example of, while there is some space, you would need to build up the embankment in order to make it happen, or there, it's a 4-lane highway, and that's not necessarily in keeping with what the rest of the alignment looks like. So maybe let's try to find some more roads that are kind of more, what's the word I'm looking for? Homogeneous. I can think of the other word for that. Similar, I guess. Yeah.
Go ahead. The gentleman's question about right-of-way. Trying to keep everything in public right-of-way, sir, but we do have conversations with Cherokee Nation. So in Tahlequah, we might be going through private land, but it's Cherokee Nation land, and they're all into this project. In fact, they want to use it as a cultural, kind of a Cherokee cultural trail, if you will. So we'll have, as we progress and grow, campsite areas that have, Cherokee background to it, or different themes across the whole entire 170, 200 miles. So they're really excited about it. So when it comes to that, their private land, they're allowing us access on it, no charge for the easements. We're just trying to avoid private property acquisition through this whole process.
Yep. Yeah, and so everything that I've talked about so far is things that we've done. This is the phase we're at now, talking, collaborating, coordinating with the different entities, be it the funders like the Cherokee Nation, Walton Family Foundation, Vian,
Counties.
Counties, the county engineers, ODOT, the CEDs. If you don't know Oklahoma, I didn't know before this, that they don't have county engineers, they have districts that have shared engineers, which makes a lot of sense. But kind of across the board, the different city that are being impacted, just having that coordination, that's the phase we're in now, is just, okay, we've got a preliminary alignment. What's still wrong with it? Keep poking holes in it, and what is not good about it. This part of Oklahoma is lots of chicken farms, and so there's some roads that we needed to avoid so that we weren't putting bicyclists on a route that had a high freight traffic in the middle of the county. So things like that.
So have you got the whole alignment of the trail divided up as to who would have jurisdiction over the various segments, and then you meet with them as stakeholders and
We don't have it in like a single map of like here district engineers, this is your section. It's more of continuing to explain, some of that first comments that I made about making sure people are thinking outside of theirs, right? Because if I just showed a district engineer, here's your section, he's going to say, well, I don't like that, or I don't want that. But when you keep it in the larger context of here's your section, and this is why it's important, so that we can make these connections and we can do this larger project.
What kind of comments do you get back from?
I'll let Denny talk to that too.
Yeah, we're in the process now. We're finalizing what we call the preliminary alignment, and once we get that run through, we'll be visiting with the Vian Community Foundation and Doc Ryan Kenyatta and folks. Let's go forward with this. I've already started meeting people and outreach for all the different communities and ODOT, like I said, ODOT, RDOT, CORE, all the jurisdictions involved, all the bike clubs, all possible funding partners. So that's where we are. So once we get the preliminary routing nailed down, then we're gonna start diving into the weeds more and start coming up with, okay, we've got this. Well, we pretty much have a rough idea of how many miles are gravel, how many miles are asphalt, how many miles of this are utilizing existing infrastructure, especially when we're in Northwest Arkansas. There's some trails that are already built, we're popping into those. Kyle had a picture of that. So there's a number of those. So we're still in that, that's our next step, is once the preliminary is approved, then we come in and start, really dicing it down, and then start coming in with the implementation strategies, funding, possible funding costs. What's this going to cost to connect here? Because we have some bridge crossing, we got some bridge repair, like Kyle said. We're going to have to tap into existing funding opportunities to replace bridges, improve bridges. We have some where we're gonna have to put in a brand new bike ped bridge. So we're in that part right now. That'll be the next step we do. So maybe next year's summit, we'll have everything done and part of it's up and running and we can present on it then. But it's a work in progress. So as we're going, this is kind of like, real time work that we're doing on this big old thing.
Yeah,
But it will get built. I mean, we got so many people involved now.
Yeah, lots of
Want this done.
Right.
So in comparison with a rail trail, what kind of elevation are we talking about? Because, I'm working on a rail trail project, which is 2% grade.
Yeah.
Because most beginning riders, that's what they want.
Yeah.
So is this trail gonna be more for the mountain biker and?
It's going to have that's a great question. It's going to have a variety of grades, but for the most part, when we were in rural Oklahoma and those, whether it be gravel or paved, the grades were very reasonable. Not like some of what we see here and in Northwest Arkansas. And that's why the great thing, when we hit Northwest Arkansas, we can tie into existing infrastructure trails that are already built. Most of those have very good grades on them. So, and not, crazy steep. So we're trying, so it can be for not only the avid cyclist and the long distance rider, but also, family can go out and enjoy it for a day trip, maybe just part of it, or go to a campsite and back.
So I'm a long distance rider, so what kind of bike would I need?
Right.
I mean, I've got a gravel bike, I have a touring bike, I have a road bike.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I bring.
I think that the answer to that, it's similar to the who's it for. We can make this project as expensive or as inexpensive as the people want, as the funders want, right? So the kind of baseline thought is we're finding the county roads, the gravel roads that are preferable for travel for a bicyclist because of because of vehicular travel, because of condition, things like that. So the unlike a rails to trail, this will, it's not a separated facility for the most part, right? 170, 200 miles. I would say 25 of it maybe will be separated because it's already something that was separated, because they've already created. Maybe it's 50 because once we get into Northwest Arkansas and get in Bentonville, they have trails. But, a vast majority of it, as we're thinking about it, will be on county road. However, if somebody gets a wild hair and they're thinking big and they say, okay, for this stretch here, we actually want this to be separated on the side. For some of the short stretches on the highways, we expect to be on separated pathways. But in those cases, we've done our best to make sure that's being leveraged with this highway already needs this bridge to be improved because it looks like it's gonna fail inspection next time. Let's try to get this on and make that bridge more appealing so that we can, partner better. And then just touching on the next steps, we're working on, the polish, getting, as Danny said, getting everybody in alignment, what exactly this looks like, what do we need? The presentation will be probably a story maps, ArcGIS story maps, just a scroll down that shows different chunks of the trail and pops out, bad bridge conditions, pops out road improvements needed, things like that. So as somebody was to scroll down this website, you would see certain sections light up to show to the funders, which is the cell on, hey, Cherokee Nation, this is your game reserve, and here is your kind of your boundaries. What are you interested in? Here's all the good and bad that we saw in your section, and how do we get everybody on the same page to start improving it and putting up signage that says, this is a bike route, things like that. There's naming and things like that we started to talk through. What is this called? Several of the funders are very interested to call it.
They want to brand it.
Yeah, brand it to specific things. So, yeah, that's kind of the next 2 or 3 months of pull it all together and try to make the sell.
The other neat thing with this preliminary alignment, it shows how it's already growing bigger. Doc Ryan and Kenyatta are already talking to major landowners that they know kind of in this area, so we can shoot off the bike route and build mountain bike trails. So they're already dreaming beyond this big dream and to create a series of like mountain bike nodes all the way between Vian and Bentonville. So that's, just found out about doing all that now. So I'll meeting with them Monday to get caught up on a lot of stuff. So this thing keeps growing, but it's fun. We're about out of.
Yep, and that's it. That's everything. So more than happy to answer more questions.
Do they ever anticipate like their state park or somebody taking over the Oklahoma section or the Arkansas section, or is it just going to be a designated bike route?
That's
like
a good question.
USVR?
That's all part of our next discussions as we're moving forward. Again, we're talking about here's folks that do want to be part of the sponsorship, the branding. They want a big chunk of this. They want to be champions of it. So we're real excited about that. And those, it's a great question. Those are the next conversations.
And as Denny said, that they're looking at different potential mountain bike parks. Another thing that we had talked about is, so there's a loop here where both of these roadways are very, very viable. And we talked, I mean, if you did the whole loop, it's about 20 miles. And there's races, several times a year up in Bentonville where they have to close off the county roads because they don't want travel there. Well, where we're at in Oklahoma, you don't need to close it off because there's nobody there unless we and bring them there. So there's a great opportunity for events along some of these alignments too, simply because of how rural and kind of well maintained they are.
By the way, we have until 2:40.
Oh,
I was thinking 2:20.
I thought it was 20.
2:40.
Okay. All right, so we're definitely going to need some more questions because literally my next slide is Olson's slide. Yeah.
So I was curious if you're talking to the municipalities that will be maintaining those roads, like give them some standards for gravel, for example. I know from experience I could ride the loop by my house in the country and all of a sudden they put some crushed lime out there and it's dangerous as hell.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider.
Yeah, every county does it differently, and between states, absolutely. So I don't know how heavily we'll get into it with this project, but having at least a section on kind of consistency or
operations and maintenance.
Exactly.
Part of the final report, and I'm having those discussions with the county engineers and county reps about the road departments in those counties. We're entering that now that we know pretty much what the alignment is. So find out what they're doing. And also congratulate a lot of these. They're, like Kyle said, these things are so well maintained. They're amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. Like, and this is to your question about what type of bicycle people would take on these trails. So I do find like the gravel roads are a lot rougher than say the Katy Trail.
Right.
So are you thinking of any improvements to the gravel surfaces?
Probably.
So that the trail overall would be more friendly to all styles of cyclists?
Probably not. It's going to be, probably won't do that because of the cost. And gravel riding is huge in Northwest Arkansas now. I mean, it's the thing again. I mean, that's just what everybody's doing. They're out trying to find gravel roads and take the gravel bike out and ride all over. And then they'll ride on, hard surface with it. But they go out and they buy a gravel bike. And that's the big thing. And that's one of the angles we're looking at is to capture that market, which is huge, and expand it out of the little circuits they do around Bentonville and Northwest Arkansas to really shoot them all over the place. So we're kind of trying to pick up on that momentum.
Keeping with the like who overtakes ownership of this, we'll definitely encourage any of that, right? If somebody wants to take ownership of the whole thing and maintain like a data set of like, okay, this stretch is more family friendly than this stretch, or this stretch is, you know, this type of gravel versus another, you know, crushed asphalt. If that was, you know, if somebody was able to want to take that over, I mean, that would be fantastic. Like, but I'm not going to put a whole lot of hope into it right now.
So since are you out of Bentonville?
He's out of Northwest Arkansas.
I'm in that area. Carl's in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Okay, so just a little off the subject of the Oklahoma Trail. How close is Bentonville trails getting to Southwest Missouri? Because my big vision that I won't live long enough to see is that the Bentonville trails get to Springfield, and then the Frisco High Line will eventually connect into the Rock Island Trail, and the Rock Island and Katy Trail are one big loop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been, since before the Razorback, been talking to the Northwest Regional Planning Commission there in Northwest Arkansas about getting it on up. You know, we got the Razorback up to Bella Vista. We haven't got it further yet. They did add 4 miles to the south. So that's been back since 2011 years. I've been talking about, you know, those connections. And again, I keep telling them dream big. They dream big, but I say dream bigger. You know, let's get this thing going. I mean, you got the funding for the Bella Vista bypass and the MoDOT to make the connection to the Bella Vista bypass. Arkansas got that RAISE grant, gave it to Missouri so you could build your the highway. And I said, well, come on, why can't we do that with active transportation? Let's start thinking bigger, not just for a highway connection, but for active transportation connection. So we keep pushing it. There's a bunch of us out there pushing it out of Arkansas.
And don't you get additional points or whatever if you build a bike ped aspect into a highway plan when you're seeking federal funds?
Especially right now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you look at the way that they're distributing discretionary grants, I would say like 95% of grant awards have another mode component, whether it's transit or active.
Just like Warsaw today with their streets and everything. Yeah, with their
exactly. Yeah, Warsaw is a great example.
So I'll say they do have, I believe they have funding, but you know, they got the money to do the freeway, to move the freeway. When that's done, they are going to push the Razorback into Pineville and Jane. This is the first few miles into Missouri. Joplin and Carthage and that are super interested in taking that further, but like that part is actually
I didn't know that.
in the box, you know.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen the plans on it, but yeah, I'm talking to NWA Trailblazers and stuff about that. So yeah, that's the next push. And I know they got the Regional Planning Commission now has across the state line with Jane and Pineville in their jurisdiction. So they did a plan extension up into that area. So we're across the state line on paper.
Yeah, it's not built yet, but they say that what they were waiting for is that freeway project to do the thing. 'Cause that's
all that. And they're now
old freeway, whatever.
Yeah, they had to shut down some of the trail that came up to Lake Bella Vista because all the construction. But now they're in the process of getting that reopened and rebuilt, and then hopefully the next steps will be taking it on up across the state line. That'd be great.
We talked about the Butterfield before, and if you guys don't know, we have this route in Missouri now. It was very similar in concept to this. It's called the Butterfield Stage Experience. It's a 250-mile route that goes from the Amtrak station right here in town all the way to Springfield. Well, it's Butterfield because it was a stagecoach line that went 2,500 miles from Tipton, Missouri to San Francisco, like 1858, longest stagecoach ever run in the world anywhere. Stagecoach line, regular, they run twice a week stages in each direction. Anyway, we did that several years ago. It's been very popular. So we got talking to Arkansas. Of course, they were real interested. They've incorporated now the Butterfield into the plans all the way from the Arkansas state line near Bentonville all the way to Fort Smith. So all the way to Arkansas. We're still working on a little gap in Missouri, but anyways, you could go and ride that now. Anyways, it would be super interesting if this would connect with Butterfield either at Fort Smith or somewhere, because this has a similar character, and now you have a loop, right? Bentonville, Fort Smith,
Yeah.
Bayonne, and then back.
Yeah, 'cause
I think
400-mile-ish.
I think the Butterfield is a part of the Heritage Trail.
it is part of that. It's also goes through Springdale, which once we could easily connect to the Razorback, get to Springdale, get on the Butterfield, and make that connection that way. Springdale's really totally redeveloped from the trail, so it'd be a great thing to come across it and tie in. Yeah.
Anyway, that might be something to look at.
That's
It's
great.
difficult that river's there. So it ain't gonna be all that easy to get from Bayonne to Fort Smith, but they're already looking, they're very aware of that barrier and like they wanna, so anyway, that would just be another impetus from their point of view.
Yeah.
That river.
The Illinois River, is that what it is?
The Illinois River.
Yeah, the Illinois River on our trail is also an asterisk of, we can come down to the water park, but how do we get across? Because they're removing some of the existing infrastructure there. You know, there's is it 59? Highway 59?
Yeah, 59.
Yeah, Highway 59, which is 4-lane divided, 150-mile-an-hour roadway, and then trying to get them to agree without. I mean, we could obviously do a bridge across, a trail bridge across, but in the sense of we want to keep this as realistic and as low as we can until somebody decides that they want to ramp it up. Suggesting a pedestrian and trail bridge across is just not, probably not going to make it. We'll put options, but finding ways to cross Illinois is a tough one.
Have you thought about how are you going to market, or has that been thought about? Or
That's the next step, Brent. Yeah, after we get the alignment, then late September, early October, we have a meeting kind of with all the parties involved, with the Cherokees, the foundation, the communities, just kind of have a brainstorming. We already know some of the partners really want to be active with selling it, branding it, sponsoring it, funding it. So we're real thankful at this early stage, we've got, those type of exciting partners that want to be involved. So, and that's why we really start talking about some of these big problems, challenges, crossing the river. It's about a 300-foot span. So that's, pretty beefy price for a pre-manufactured bridge, but, it's doable. Funding, there's all kinds of different ways we could, find the funds to do it. So just want to make sure everybody's on board, and we're all agreed to the strategy and the funding and the sell to say, okay, we got to get this connection right here, and other connections like that.
How many miles goes through the Cherokee Nation?
How many miles go through there?
Depends on what designation you're talking about. They're like tribal.
Or it's just a.
We're coming through Tahlequah, and then we shoot off through where their headquarters and their campuses are, and a lot of their land that they own, some of the casino and all. So we've probably got
a third of this is probably through their land.
So is
in that area.
Is that already on existing road, or are they going to build trail?
We're looking at off-road in those areas. We've talked to them about, a free easement to bring it, through all of their facilities.
To say, looking at federal grants, there seem to be a lot for Native
Tribal.
American.
Yeah. Mhm, exactly. So we're, we all options are open. So we're looking at that. If that becomes a problem, then we do have road. We can put it in the right of way, but through their lands, they're open to have it, on their land. So because they know what a boom it is. So looking to do that.
I'm not going to let anybody leave for at least 10 minutes, so just keep asking.
Well, let me do a follow-up, because one of the issues, let me tell you, like with the Butterfield, we just released it. It's on Right with GPS, so you can download it, your thing, and navigate that way, or you can put it on your Garmin, or all those things that cyclists are used to doing. But we've been talking about, sure would be nice to have it wayfinding signs on the route. But have you explored in any detail, like what that might look like, or what kind of signage, or?
Yeah, talked about what we would want it to look like, right? Because
Yeah.
for those, even if you're riding your bike, gravel grinding, you having your phone up the whole time,
Not gonna work.
even that gets frustrating. So if somebody was just plotting along, we need something that after 7-8 miles of just on this road to let them know that, hey, we actually prefer you to turn.
Well, that's some of the discussion we'll have in either late September, early October. I know Doc Ryan's already had discussions with the Cherokee Nation, and they're wanting, to pay for the sign. I've already talked to Doc and Kenyatta about, we gotta have wayfinding. It's just like Kyle said, look at my, riding a bike and look at my phone. So we're looking at wayfinding, and that'd be like the next step. It's not part of this contract that we're doing. We're just trying to get the dream on paper, buy-in, and then the next step, we'll start, we'll design the wayfinding signs, do all that. And that is something that the Cherokee Nation wants to be 100% involved in, the branding of it, the doing it. They're so thankful. They are diving in. So, yeah, gonna be a champion.
Any questions from this side of the room? Okay.
That's Kyle's wife.
Yeah.
She hears this all the time. Sorry, Margaret.
Well, if there aren't any more questions, let's
Okay,
give them
yeah.
a big hand. I'm sure they'll stick around for a few minutes if you have more questions.
Yep, we're not going anywhere. And I have little flyer handout things that I created up, so it would make me feel good if anybody took them.
Sure. You get mine, it's in here. They keep moving them from one pocket to the other. Oh, you're reaching out. Anything I can do to help you. I tell you what, it's education about funding. And I know, Paul, I still have one in Washington.
Perfect.
I had to deal with those.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
It was laying
a lot of education. I didn't listen, but at the state level, I've had better fortune.
Yeah, absolutely.
Educating folks and the economic return for every dollar you invest, you get so many more dollars back. Like I said, 160.
Bicycle and Pedestrian Federation. So I'm just the moderator. Don't believe me, you don't have to listen to me talk anymore. But this is an amazing session. If you were here last year, Mandy gave our keynote and talked about the same program. And she said, very soon we're gonna have this ready for people to just, take home and start using it. So that's what I believe she's gonna talk about now. So it's Mandy Buchan, and you're with the city of Springfield. Springfield Yields. So she's going to talk about that, and so we're ready to go.
All right.
Happy to see you.
Thank you all for having me. So Safe Across is a pedestrian safety campaign that is based off a local campaign from Springfield called SGF Yields. And we created a national version of it, and it's called Safe Across. And since all of this is pretty new, I'll be referring to both programs as we go. So SGF Yields is the local one, and Safe Across will be the national version. We have a little bit of ground to cover. I have 47 slides, so I might refer to my paper to keep on track. But first off, I want to start with a brain teaser. And basically, I'll take you across the globe and show you some traffic signs. And I want you to mentally pick out which one of those traffic signs alerts a driver of a crosswalk or a pedestrian. So here we go. This is Australia, down under, pretty easy, right? You can definitely see pedestrian crossing. This is Germany, the motherland. Obviously, this is number 4. And also, this is the word for pedestrian crossing sign. Fußgänger Übergangsverkehrszeichen, just so you know. Then this is Iceland. Look at those signs. Like, if you're in Iceland and you see a sign like this, like, you better be ready. I think they'll mean it. Number 5. Indeed, in Europe, most of the pedestrian crossing signs are blue, and they all have different body builds. Like the Italians, the pedestrians in the blue triangle is a little shorter and more bulky. In up north, they're just way taller. It's kind of interesting how they change, but they're all kind of the same. Then this is Japan. Obviously, number 6, fun fact, that in the red sign does not read yield, it means stop. Slightly confusing for us. And then there's United States of America. Have you found the crosswalk sign yet? No? Number 14. So that wasn't quite fair. Should go back. There's a lot of signs, but it brings no point across. It doesn't really stand out very well. And so, as you may know, across the nation over the last 10 years or so, pedestrian fatalities have been on a steady increase. I mean, we're thrown back to 1981. We got more crashes now than in 1981. So things have been going backwards basically since 2009. In 2009 is when the vehicle market changed. People started buying less sedans and buying more SUVs, which has a totally different crash pattern for pedestrians. Versus an underrun or throw, you get injuries in the abdomen, much more fatalities there. Also, around that time, everybody started having a cell phone at about 2009. So that's what you see here. And we also see that in Springfield, on a local basis, we have about 240 people in the Springfield metro area, and we see between 60 and 70 pedestrians struck per year. And if you think about it, that's about 1 person per week that ends up in the emergency room. So way higher than we want to be. When we look into that data, I like to look at who failed to yield, basically who's at fault, regardless of severity. So whether it was an injury, a PDO, or a fatality, we look at what happened here. And so it's usually about half-half. We find about half of the time the pedestrian was stepping out in traffic when or where they shouldn't have. And the other time, it's a driver hitting a pedestrian either in a crosswalk or even on a sidewalk in a driveway or something like that. And so that is really important to know because there's these camps. There's the pedestrians that always blame the drivers and the drivers always blame the pedestrian when it's really about 50-50 and everybody really needs to work together. And so with that, we try to do some education. And let's talk about what's going on, like the behaviors. So there's a little bit of a pedestrian and driver conundrum. They each blame each other, but here's what we see in the Midwest. Often drivers do not notice crosswalks when they approach them. And then often they're not used to looking for pedestrians either, and they don't see other drivers yielding, and so it's very uncommon for them to yield. And often drivers feel like they have the priority over pedestrians. Then on the pedestrian side, they usually find that traffic doesn't stop for them, and so a lot of them don't go out of their way to use a crosswalk. And then there's a lot of people that totally avoid making eye contact or even wave drivers forward when they do stop, and that's very unproductive as well. Many prefer crossing mid-block in their own time whenever natural gap in traffic occurs, which is also a form of being shy. It's not necessarily I'm defying the system and not using a crosswalk. They don't like it when traffic stops for them often. And so in Springfield, we've done some driver compliance studies, and now I'm gonna stick to my notes so we don't go for 3 hours. Basically, we go out and test crosswalks as test pedestrians. And when we started in 2017, we found that only 1 in 4 drivers would stop to a pedestrian who had already 1 foot on the crosswalk, so they were legally in the street. And that's a really terrible ratio, because if somebody walks out of their way to legally use a crosswalk and then nobody yields, or God forbid they get hit, then that's terrible. And who are we as engineers and city officials to tell people use the crosswalk when they're really not safe? And so that is something that our campaign centers on. And you're welcome to ask questions anytime. So there's multiple reasons why drivers don't do well with crosswalks, and I feel like this is the most obvious one. The first clue a driver gets when approaching a crosswalk is this sign. But as you saw earlier, it blends in with all the other warning signs. It looks just like a deer crossing sign, like, careful, pedestrian might be jumping out of the bushes, but that's not what we want here. We want drivers to actively yield to a pedestrian, which is very different than dodging a deer, right? And so it is really important that we educate, and this helps us. The MUTCD allows us to put the neon yellow signage, which is reserved for pedestrian and bikes, up, not just in school zones, but for all crosswalks. And that is obviously very different from the deer crossing and all the other warning signs, and that gives us a huge educational advantage, because now you can tie the yield message to that you wouldn't have with the other signs. And those are the signs we happen to have on Springfield roadways, on the city-maintained ones. MoDOT does not, but that is what we based our educational campaign on. Because we need drivers to understand, again, that there's a yield condition there, and it's more than just watch out. It's you need to actively look for pedestrians and potentially stop. And so the campaign trains drivers to this very color. It conditions them to, when they see that, A, to know, oh, there's a crosswalk coming ahead, and B, I should be looking for pedestrians, and see if there's somebody I need to yield. So really 3 things. And we have wrapped that color into the entire campaign. And it's working. Our driver compliance that we measure on a quarterly basis has increased from 25% to over 50% in the last 4 years. And I will go into the details in a second, but I got another brag slide, and that's this one. We were on the same projectile for pedestrian crashes like everywhere else in the nation. It was just going up, up, up. When we started our program in 2017, that started kind of leveling off. Now, knock on wood, small numbers, statistical error and whatnot, like this can change, but as of right now, it looks a lot better than it used to. And so since we had so much success, we gained some national attention, got some awards, and got some funding to turn SGF yields into a campaign that other communities can use. And so we branded that as Safe Across. And Safe Across is free for other communities to use. They just have to adhere to certain requirements that define the program. Okay, so meet Mr. Walker. He is the centerpiece of the campaign that ties all the different areas together. And so statues of him are placed across town, and it's no coincidence that he looks like the MUTCD pedestrian from the traffic sign, and he sports the same neon color. So he is not just an Instagrammable piece of pop art, but he gives us our voice. He's the one that communicates the messages, because nobody likes a government official tell you what to do, but when this guy talks, then people might just pay attention. The heart sign is a lot more intuitive to send this message of caring and what you're supposed to do. And it's kind of cute, and people love it or they hate it. There's really just those two emotions. But both of those emotions are strong, and that make the sign memorable. And so the trick behind this is, it's called positive mental association. If somebody sees the regular diamond sign, chances are on a subconscious level, they're going to remember this thing. And so that is the strategy behind that. For any engineers in the room that might be cringing heavily, these are educational signs. These do not replace the standard assembly for crosswalks, nor can they be used to put up a warning sign somewhere if a crosswalk is lacking. These are strictly educational. Okay, so the Safe Across Toolkits includes a bunch of E's, and all of these elements are tied together with Mr. Walker. So education includes pedestrian and driver education and optional traffic safety education for school. Engineering includes best practices for crosswalk maintenance and enhancements, that's very important. And evaluation includes regular quarterly crosswalk compliance studies, and the results are shared with the public. Engagement and equity includes public involvement, obviously, and enforcement is a crosswalk enforcement that we branded Yield Check. And now I'll go through each of those briefly. So, public education. So these are called social snips. They can be used in newsletters and emails, but mostly also on social media to basically bring out snippets of traffic safety information. And these are all branded, ready to go for any community that wants to run with Safe Across. We also have flyers, and these can all be put together and personalized. We put the flyers out at the DMVs and other places. There's lots of topics that we cover. Then we also have multiple PSAs for right now, working on a 5th one. And communities that are involved, they can use these, send them to their media stations. Usually they have a PSA quota they have to meet, and so they will be airing these for free, most likely. Then also the non-digital stuff. It's really important to be involved with the public. And for example, we have sidewalk decals that are non-slip. We explain what yielding actually is, which that's not a given, letting walkers go first. So we have those magnets on our fleet vehicles. And then the Mr. Walker stickers are so insignificant, but also very important. We put them early in the program on the hip local businesses in town after talking to them. And what that does is that, like, the cool kids that are going there, they're like, oh, pedestrian safety is a cool thing now. And so they become our ambassadors and start basically spreading that type of behavior. And so that has worked really well. Then public education for schools is really important. If we're going to change our future, then we need to start with the kiddos and change the culture. And so the Safe Across Toolkit offers 20-minute lesson plans for a speaker, in this case an engineer, to come in, to come in and talk to the kids and teach. Right now I have a consultant do that, engineering consulting firm. And basically they learn all about pedestrian safety, how a crosswalk works, where do you look, traffic signals, all of those. But most of all, they learn to double check and not rely on those. Just because a walking man is up on the traffic signal doesn't mean I'm safe. They learn to double check and understand where vehicle movements come from. And we give them a decision-making tool, and I think that's on the next slide. Yes, it's called the STOP procedure. And since it's a small group, I'm gonna be goofy. So we have them stand at the crosswalk and they stop, they think and observe and proceed before they go on. And so we walk them through doing that at a crosswalk, at a traffic signal, at a driveway when they're on the sidewalk. And so the kids learn in a fun way to apply that decision-making tool and learn about traffic. And at the end of the lesson, they get superhero capes when they graduate. And so the whole idea is to get them engaged in their own safety and start to not make major decisions, but just be present. Like when the crossing guard tells you, okay, cross the street, you should still double check. When your parents drag you across the street, you should pay attention and double check. And so it really empowers the kids. And all of that is written for an actual engineer to do if it takes that. I know most of us are scared to talk, but I think there's ways about that that are actually really fun and doable because it's only 20 minutes per class. Evaluation is very important. This program takes constant evaluation because you want to monitor your process. And Safe Across provides detailed instruction on how to do that. It takes 2 staff members, both of them in plain clothing, to act as pedestrians. And they will do about 40 crossings. And basically, you approach the crosswalk to arrive on the street when a car is about 200 feet away. Sorry, I'm moving. There's a formula for that based on the speed limit. But that gives the driver plenty of time to make a decision and come to a stop if they choose to do so. The second person is tallying the results, and we do about 40 crossings for about an hour. And that gives us a pretty solid number for a site. When we go back the next week, we're going to get a similar result. So we know that this is fairly accurate. And so that's what the project is based on. And it's great for an engineer to go out there and do this because we're all like, oh, I've seen that crosswalk. I drive through there every day. Well, that's not the same thing. It's not at all the same thing. And so when we started evaluating these, all of a sudden we had all these crosswalk projects we needed because we realized that, yes, the signs are accurate, it's striped nicely, but this is not safe. This does not function. We need more. And so that is important, as well as you can use the compliance studies to justify your project cost. You can do a before study, and then you put an in-road sign in, and maybe your maintenance guy doesn't like him because you have to replace him once a month. But with this, you can show that you get 30% more compliance. Maybe it's worth it. So there's that. And then most of all, for the success of this campaign, we use the compliance numbers to do social norming. So we put the numbers on a board and tell the drivers this many people are yielding at the crosswalk. And have that on the second slide. There we go. Because this is when drivers realize, A, hey, somebody's paying attention to crosswalks, and B, should I be yielding? And then nobody wants to be like the guy that doesn't yield. And so we've really had a lot of success by publicizing those compliance numbers. And we do an average at some major intersections in town. And then the little sign, the yard signs, those are at the crosswalk. And we leave them there for about a week, just enough to not tick off the property owners. Then we bring them back in. But people drive by and they're like, oh, somebody's paying attention. And so that has really helped. I'm gonna have a drink. Sorry about that. And there on the right, you see the version that's branded for Safe Across. Ours looks slightly different for Springfield, but then on the right, you just have these PDFs that you can fill and print, and there you go. It's all ready for you. Engineering, well, we recognize a lot of smaller communities might not have a resident engineers. There might be a lot of inconsistency in how they mark crosswalks, and so with Safe Across, we're trying to give some guidance, to point to or reference different best practices, whether it's MUTCD or other documents, and also try to raise the standard of crosswalks by requiring certain things. Not just a mid-block crosswalk should have the signs and the markings, but how about a crosswalk at an intersection at an uncontrolled approach? You should probably also have the signs there. And so we want to make sure everything is well marked and signed as needed. And also for engineers, we're really good at finding nifty solutions to problems like these RFBs or hawk signals, but also we're usually not the best communicators and educators. And so Safe Across gives you a lot of options to educate the public. Because the fact is, with these devices, if the public doesn't know why they're there and don't see the need, and they don't know how to use them, then you're not gonna have good compliance. But if you want to get the best out of your money, then you do also need to educate about this type of technology. And the same is true for the hawk signal. We've had for many years only one in Springfield, and it's a total failure because A, there's just one, but there's to be more. And we're going to, as there's more coming in, we will vamp up our education. We developed this flyer, and we're working on a video right now. And the video will also be available to Safe Across communities. Encouragement is super important. It's all about changing people's minds about crosswalk and really proving to people that this is not just the big bad government trying to enforce some law. This is something that neighborhoods want. This is something people want, that everybody wants to be able to cross the street safely. And public events are a great way to influence people's ways of thinking and minds by having those discussions, being able to have conversations with kids, but also parents, and get that safety information out there. Also on the right, Safe Across has a guide for holding a crossing guard appreciation day. During COVID, we found ourselves with virtually no crossing guards for 2 years, and everybody from me to the city traffic engineer had to help out for almost 2 years. And we got to understand what a terribly hard job that can be. Not only you're out there rain or shine, it totally cuts your day into pieces. If you have to be there from 7:30 to 8:30, and then again from 2:30 to 3:30, like your day just went poof. And so it's a huge commitment on the parts of people that do these jobs because it limits them to whatever else they can do with their day. And so we decided there needs to be a Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, and there's special little sidewalk decals we put on their posts, and we honored them with a heart, which happens to be Mr. Walker's heart with a sticker on top. So it's kind of cute. It's important to honor them. It's important to educate while you honor them about the crosswalk laws and what authority they have, so drivers respect them. And last but not least, selfishly, job retention. We want them to have that connection to the school, and we want them to be happy and be out there. Another great opportunity is October, which is Pedestrian Safety Month. In Springfield, we started lantern walks 3 years ago, and they have grown since. And basically, it's a big event to shine a light on pedestrian safety. We felt it's a lot more positive to bring people out and walk and build neighborhoods instead of just having an announcement that this and this many pedestrians died in traffic. Instead, we come together and learn together about pedestrian safety and enjoy walking, and also practice nighttime visibility. And how this works is that we partner with the neighborhoods, and they will dedicate a 1-mile route. And along that route, there will be stations. You see the little station there, staffed by neighbors, and they have different safety messages. They have safety messages for the kids, which are fairly basic. They have safety messages for drivers and parents. A lot of times, parents just drag their kids across the street when there's a gap in traffic, and they don't involve their kids. And so the kids don't really have a chance to learn and to learn to make decisions and to get that judgment. And so this event really encourages them to work together and practice traffic safety along the way. And so everything is neatly packaged up for communities, so they have all the resources that it takes. And we partner with the school, so the kids do lanterns at school and then bring them home with a flyer. And so we do that on the first weekend in October. And so that's kind of fun. Engagement. It's a lot of fun to see where the public has taken this. Anytime I go on Twitter, I find pictures like this. And also, when it gets cold, Mr. Walker will show up with jackets, and people that are cold, they can take something along. We have those fun little holiday signs just to get people start talking and noticing them. Diaper banks, I've put diapers on them when they were in need, and so the community kind of embraces them. We had some vandalism, but really not a whole lot. Sometimes they grow appendices, it happens. Other times we had somebody put like tire tread stickers across the top, like to make a point that pedestrian safety is not up to par. But I'm like, gosh, that's why I'm here, you hater. But yeah, it happens. Sometimes we move the Mr. Walker statues around to get more exposure because people kind of get used to them after a while. And then we get death threats, or people just really want them back or think they got stolen. And so I have stickers we can put on those pads that say, hey, I've walked to a new location, another neighborhood needs me, and that type of thing to inform the public and keep them posted. Okay, here's the big topic, and that's where I really need my notes. Equity, part of encouragement, but also very different, because not the same message works for the same group of people. And as you know, most pedestrian fatalities occur mid-block on major arterials or highways.
And what we found here in Springfield is that a lot of times if we have a low income area across from goods and services on the other side of the street, divided by usually a state route or a major arterial, then that's where we see a lot of our fatalities. And so here we mapped camps and Walmarts and soup kitchens and just that type of thing, and we can definitely see a trend that that's where the crashes are taking place. Here's the thing though, when these fatalities occur, a lot of people, including a lot of transportation professionals, including me a few years ago, felt like there's nothing we can do about these. I mean, they're crossing mid-block, they're crossing in the dark, they're wearing black clothes. Like, what in the hell can we do about it? About nothing, and we don't think about it a whole lot. Like, it sucks, we want to bring the numbers down, but we really feel like there's nothing we can do. And I think that's something we need to move past. If we're committed to zero fatalities and we're providing infrastructure, we need to go further than just building things. You can't engineer yourself out of pedestrian fatalities. You need to start looking at behaviors. And again, engineers say, woo, dealing with people. But we really need to tackle those things. We need to tackle the risky behaviors that lead to that. And that's where we really came to, at least I came to understand that I would do the same thing. This is not the person's fault. The next crossing might be half a mile out of the way. Of course, yes, we sometimes see people, cross across red or just be 50 feet away from a traffic signal. That too, but a lot of that is this, but you just don't have a way out. And we really try to dig into why people aren't taking the risky crossings, and with why not just as basic as, okay, the traffic signal is too far away, or I just don't care about my safety. Like, it goes beyond that. We really wanted to dig in. And so we looked into those crashes and we started a coalition to try to understand what the issues really are. And we wanted to create a campaign that speaks to the risk group, basically where they're at. Because SJ Reveals is this fun Mr. Walker with a certain tone, and it's all about feeling good, and we can sell that to the average citizen. But when it comes to this population group, where they really don't know where the next meal comes from or where they're gonna sleep, like, that type of talk does not work for them. Nor are they on social media as much. And so we really had to understand and think deep and figure out how we can reach them. And so in the process, I'm way ahead of myself. In the process, we started talking to the nonprofits to get their opinions about traffic safety. And we started talking to some of the individuals that live on the street. And it became very clear that it's not them, it's us, it's the infrastructure mostly. And in the progress, when we talked to them, I expected them to be hateful and angry because we don't have sidewalks anywhere, and the city and MoDOT, they're all the same, people don't care, you are the government and you're the bad guy. But we didn't get that. People were so sweet. People were so excited that somebody wanted to hear about their stories, about their communication or their messages to drivers, the problems they face when crossing a street. It was amazing. It just was a huge eye-opener and really humiliating because, like I said, I used to have that attitude, well, you crossed in dark clothing across the street in the middle of the night, mid-block, like, what am I gonna do? But once you meet these people, you don't think like that anymore. And I start to understand how humiliating it can be. For one, if you don't have a car, there's a stigma attached to that. And now you walk to a crosswalk out of your way, and you push a button, and nobody stops for you, and the light turns red again. What does that feel like? It sucks. And so that is something to consider. Or on the flip side, drivers do stop, and then if you're a chick, they might be yelling things at you. If you're a guy, they might be throwing stuff at you. Like, there's a whole lot of stuff going on that the average person has no idea about. All we know is I have to brake because somebody's crossing mid-block and I hate their guts right now. And we need to get beyond that. And so here's some pictures. Julie knows and has witnessed several people that got hit by a car on an expressway in Springfield, same spot, mid-block. If I lived there, I wouldn't walk half a mile out of my way to get to the next traffic signal, even though I know my buddy died right there.
And so like she's got a point to make. And then on the right, that's Scotty. He has cognitive disabilities, but he loves life, and sometimes his choices are not the best, his judgments, but he wants to live. And he's just asking drivers for a little bit patience and grace. And so there's so many stories. There's Cynthia, there's Charles, there's Ambers. We talked to all of these people. And the craziest thing was that 90% of them have gotten hit by cars. The police reports I reviewed, they don't show that. We have no idea how many people that are on the streets get hit on a regular basis. And there's one guy, I don't have his picture in here, but you can see it on our Facebook page for SGF Yields. He got hit 3 times. He ended up losing a leg after one of the crashes when the hospital just decided to kick him out the next day, and he had an infection. Nobody took care of him. So the dots on the map that we saw earlier, they have names. And so we held the CBB, a workshop in Springfield. It's called a Step Workshop as Safe Transportation for Every Pedestrian. It's a national program. We held this workshop, and I decided to share these images with them because it is so important that engineers, planners, and decision makers start rethinking how they make decisions. Nobody wants to talk about the tough choices. You really don't want to put a crosswalk there because it's not good for traffic or because something, God forbid, might happen. And so that workshop, I think, was very successful by sharing these images and letting them know that these people have names and stories, and we can't just blame them for not wearing bright colors in the middle of the night. All those people now understand that wearing black is a survival skill. If you wear another color, chances are you will be spotted at night and chased off again and again and again, and now you're crossing streets again and again. And so that was just a really successful workshop to help people understand that jaywalking is more infrastructure problem and not so much a people problem. And out of all of this effort, we created the WITS program. And that is basically SGF Yields branded to the unsheltered and low-income community that tends to get hit in a certain type of traffic crash. This one does not so much go into the direction of like, be kind, flash a smile in the crosswalk, but is more into the direction of, hey, you really don't want to get hurt. And so we made a video, we talked to people that were homeless that have gotten hit, and they basically say, it happened super crazy fast when I was crossing. These are the consequences, which is placed on suffering consequences really as a motivator, which is sad, but the nonprofit said that's probably the best way to get them. And then we have these, the WITS spelled out, which W stands for watch and be seen, I stands for identify the risks, T stands for take the safest route, and S stands for stay alert. And so they go through what happened to them and then basically give the safety tips. And we're about to roll it out. We already have bus shelters ready to go, but once this video is finalized, that'll be also becoming part of Safe Across. Other communities can use that as well. But if you are interested, I still encourage you to talk to your own population of folks and really get their stories, because you might be surprised what you learn. Okay, jumping to enforcement. Based on national guidance, we developed yield checks where police officers in plain clothing act as pedestrians. And comes across kind of sneaky, right? And we don't want that. So to make it transparent, we announce where we're going to do the details. We put a crosswalk ahead, enforcement ahead sign out ahead of the details. So as driver approaches, they should really notice a sign on the street if they're paying attention. And then we'd start with like 2 months of a warning phase before we ever give out citations. And so all of that helps reinforce that the primary focus of the program is on safety education and not on revenue. Don't fall asleep, Brady, you're my wingman. Okay. And so there's templates for that as well. So on the left, you have the location announcement. Hey, we're gonna be here. And then you can post to social media and be like, hey, we'll be here. We said this, we're doing this, pay attention. And people will share and follow. And then they see all your other information and education. It's great. And for this one, it was at a hawk signal to try to raise awareness. And then on the right, we share the results. We want to let people know. Yes? Question?
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
To go way back, because you're doing enforcement here with police officers, but if I wanted to do a study, a yield study, how would I navigate that with like safety of staff?
You make sure your staff has good insurance.
Good.
So I've done this for a few years now. We've never had anything happen. I think the more realistic thing to happen is to have a rear end crash, and I haven't had that yet. I've thought it through, but none of that is ideal. You step into the street, and if a car is not slowing down, you don't go, you step back. So, and then you cross just half the street. If this guy yields, you stop at the center line. And so there's ways, but sometimes it doesn't feel comfortable. I'm not gonna lie. Especially roads that don't have a bike lane or a shoulder, then you might just put a toe past the curb. So, does that answer your question?
Yep.
And we can talk more about that later. Also part of the yield checks, this is kind of fun. We have some pedestrian advocates. Some of you might know David Hutchinson in here. And we invite them as cheering squads to our yield checks while we're in the warning phase. Not when there's citations, but in the warning phase. And what that does is when the driver comes through, they see the sign, they see the plainclothes officer, they're so proud of themselves. And then they get cheered at, they love it. They eat it up. And so they're more likely next time to yield for pedestrian because it feels good. So as you see, a lot of this program is just kind of psychology and messing with people, but I'm not gonna apologize, it works. Excuse me. I usually don't talk, I'm an office recluse, so this is really hard for me. I'm a very quiet person, believe it or not. Okay, we had all the E's. Here's a P for policy to mix it up, and this is kind of, you could stir up some trouble there, but sometimes that hard work needs to be done. So Safe Across encourages communities to review their codes, because whether it's right-of-way laws or other restrictions, a lot of officers don't even know what the white cane law is, for example. And so it's important to review that, because then you can educate it. And in Springfield, such review led to the 3-foot rule, which means that now a pedestrian has only to be within 3 feet of the crosswalk to require a yield. Because the way the state law is written, and for most communities, you're not in the crosswalk unless you're in the pavement. And so you have to basically throw yourself out there and hope the driver adheres to the law, and otherwise you have to jump back out. Well, that's not safe. And so with the 3-foot rule, we established that you have just a small little area. If you stand there, you're basically showing your intent to cross. 3 feet is enough to accommodate a wheelchair or somebody with a stroller, but it's small enough of an area where drivers shouldn't get frustrated because somebody's hanging out at the corner. Because if you're just hanging out, on your cell phone or whatnot, you're probably not going to be within the 3 feet right by the street. And so that looked at a couple of different state laws that more progressive states had, and that kind of seemed to be a good solution, and it's really worked for us. And another thing we did is we adopted the white cane law, even though we're covered under state law for that. We wanted to make sure people know about it. And so basically the white cane law says if there's somebody with a white cane or service dog, they can cross wherever they need to. So as a driver, you have to yield to them. And so for some people, that's well, that's dangerous. Well, here's the thing. If you are visually impaired, then you will usually always stick to the corners. That's how they're taught, because that's how they keep their bearings. That's how they know where they're at. And so if you encounter somebody that is crossing a major road mid-block, they're probably in distress. They're out of options. There's a sidewalk closure. There's something in their way that they can maneuver their way. And so that law protects them. And half of our police officers have never heard of that. And so adopting that locally really helped us spread the word. Just like what we're trying to do with the hands-free thing, we need to be like, whoop, whoop, this is new, pay attention. And also, right-of-way laws for driveway and alleys can be quite confusing. For example, when that white car is making a left and people get hit in that driveway, a lot of times there's confusion with officers. They don't know whom to give the fault. But whether there's a sidewalk or not, that car making a left turn should be yielding to a pedestrian in a driveway. And so we made sure that that is clear in city code as well, and that's something that Safe Across recommends to just go through and look at those small little details that are ever so important and make that clear. So we made it through most of the program, and I'm sure you all are familiar with the Safe System Approach, or SS4A. I see a few nods, but not all of you. Okay. So you may have noticed that Safe Across leveraged the principles that are in here of the Safe System Approach. And so that is the roadmap for the nation to curb traffic fatalities, if you haven't heard about it. And so our program is based on the belief that lives matter and injuries and fatalities are unacceptable, and that we need to take more proactive steps to increase our pedestrian safety. And so we're identifying shortcomings, we're collecting data, and we're doing compliance. And so all of that works together to help make a difference. But most of all, we recognize that people make mistakes and they're vulnerable. And so kind of having that, they refer to it as Swiss cheese, but having multiple different layers of safety that can catch it. Maybe the pedestrian isn't paying attention, but maybe we taught the drivers to do so. And so the redundancy is a really crucial piece of that. And just the whole idea that responsibility is shared, and that's something that earlier with the pedestrian dignity projects, people sharing the messages to drivers is so important. Even though it might stir up some negative discussions online, it makes maybe people think. And this is the Safe Across website. Dear God, I'm sorry. On the front end, that's what you see. It explains the program, and there's a form if you want to be contacted about the Safe Across program. On the right, that is the back end of the page where all the resources are at, and that's not available to you unless you're a Safe Across community. There's a contract of intellectual property they have to sign, because we don't want them to cherry pick certain aspects. I know there's one community where they cut out the Mr. Walkers and like threw them at cars. That's not what I'm after. And so there's a little bit of paperwork to do, but communities that do want to commit to best practices and certain things, they can sign in, they get a login, and everything is there. The implementation guide, all the technical guidance to how to do compliance studies, how to do the signs, CAD files, stock photos, videos, everything is right there in one place, really easy to access. And here are the requirements. Obviously, regular crosswalk compliance study once a quarter. Depending on community size, you might just have a couple locations. We do 6 at the city of Springfield, and we have them on a rotating system. So I'll do this set of 4 this quarter, and then this set of 4. And after a year, I'll come back to the first group. But for all 4 groups, I have 2 control sites. I do them every single quarter. Just that way, if there's some fluctuation, I can go back and be like, something was wrong at the city of Springfield. Like Christmas. People don't yield around Christmas time. Let me tell you, people are just stressed out and don't see pedestrians. So I can see that because I have control intersections. So part of the compliance studies are also assessment. I wouldn't want you to cross for an hour back and forth if the crosswalk sign is covered up by a branch or something like that. So the assessment is just basically, yeah, signs are here, they're retroreflective, they're not blocked, something like that. Bigger is the crosswalks, the best practices. We do want communities that sign up to make sure they commit to having great crosswalks. We want them to make sure they are signed, they are marked, and really important, but this is a deal breaker for many, we need those signs to be fluorescent yellow-green, because that's how the program works. We can't go with a deer crossing color. It needs to be this color for it to work. And so to switch that out, that could be a little bit of a money and effort, but there's so much money coming down from the federal government. I think they'd find a way, but that is important. And if you come across like a DOT that is not really in favor of that, I have a whole presentation just on the fluorescent yellow-green. Just saying, I can help you out. Then they need to commit to install the signs and the statues in a certain way. We don't want Mr. Walker to block the way of, the sight line between a driver and a child, for example. And we also want to make sure they don't spook drivers, that they didn't expect them and brake really hard and end up in a crash that way. And then maintenance, like I said, sometimes they do grow appendices and we need to make sure that gets cleaned up. Also, the neon yellow fades pretty quick, and so they need to be repowder coated every 2 years or so. So there's a little bit of maintenance. And then last but not least, regular public involvement, like whether if you don't have a public information office, then you still need to either have a consultant or somebody else that helps the poor engineers out with the public involvement, because that's important that you post the safety message at least once a week or so, and you're there for public events. I have no idea where we're at on time.
We have 5 more minutes.
Oh dear, taking longer than I thought. Okay, so let me run you through some numbers. For a small size community of about 150,000, you could get away with about 10 Mr. Walker statues, and that would run you about 17,000. And in successive years, you should plan at about 4,000 for annual budget and about 5 hours per week for a person to run with the program. Now that needs to be a dedicated person. It's a lot of work, I'm not gonna lie, but you have all the resources, you just need somebody to facilitate it. And so that is not a whole lot, but here's the good news. The Missouri Department of Transportation put some money away for this program. So Capo Girardeau is actually trying to do this, but there is money available for any Missouri community to come and say, hey, we want to do this, and they will give you money for the statues, for prints, for all kinds of things to help facilitate that. They will not pay for your traffic signs to be upgraded to neon yellow, though. That's the only thing that is not included from what I understand. But there's money around to do this. And with that, I will answer questions and give you my contact information. That goes to safeacross.com. Also, if you want to see what the campaign looks like in practice, then really follow SGF Yields on Facebook, because that gives you a really good idea of what that looks like. Yeah?
I think last time I saw you give a presentation about SGF Yields, you were talking a little bit about some of the difficulties with unmarked crosswalks, like where a driveway or like where a street comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, legally, there is a crosswalk there, even if it's not painted.
Yes.
How have you dealt with that from an education standpoint? Like, what are you finding? Have you come to any conclusions there?
Okay. So I had part of our legal department convinced that we're so proactive in pedestrian safety in the city of Springfield. We need to lead by example, and we're going to be more restrictive than state code and say that pedestrians at a crosswalk at an intersection where the cross street has no traffic control at all, it's just buzzing by, like on your side it's stop control, that you don't have the right of way. Because right now, the way our state laws are written, if you're standing as a pedestrian at the major street, traffic is going by, and there's a car here next to you that also want to get on, but they have a stop sign, technically you have the right of way over all those crazy platoons of traffic, and that's just not safe. And it's not reasonable, because chances are they're going 50 miles an hour, and if they tried to stop, it would be just a massive crash. And so because of that, I was trying to push towards defining that, where a pedestrian is still allowed to cross at any intersection, because you should have the right to cross, but doesn't have the right of way over uncontrolled traffic. So, and my legal team was first on board, and then it got further up, and they're like, hell no. And so that's where I'm at. So whenever I go to a conference and have the right people there, I will steer the pot a little bit, because somebody needs to look at that. I did meanwhile talk to folks in Portland, Oregon, and they kind of tackled it because there was a lawsuit involving the ADA and being able to cross that intersection. And what they are doing at approaches like that, they will put a barrier there, almost like a bicycle rack that says crosswalk closed. But that's not really my intent. That's not where I'm trying to get at. But I do think it is still a problem, and I'm not sure how to go about it, but if you want to help me stir the pot, that would be awesome.
A secondary, I guess, question to that. You showed several times in your slides the little yield for pedestrians and crosswalks, mid-road signs.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been able to quantify any increases in yield compliance that those generate?
Yes, about 30%. The ones, the in-street yield for pedestrian signs, yeah, so they are built where you can run them over a few times, eventually they will break. There are people that target them. You have to be smart about where you put them. You have to keep them away from driveways so people can still make their turns. And so they're a little bit of pain in the butt, but if you do the compliance studies and you find out, hey, they increased compliance for 30%, it might just be worth it and you might be able to justify it with that. What you can also do is if you have bump outs, people will set them on the side of the road to narrow down the lanes. And that's also been successful in places. We don't really do that in Springfield, but that's another option to kind of keep it more to the side. Everybody overwhelmed?
I'll ask you.
Go for it.
You mentioned like the fluorescent yellow as being really critical. If you were able to just unilaterally make a decision for TCD, would you pick the fluorescent yellow over like a blue to be more consistent?
With or with political pressure. It would be the easiest way to fix it because a lot of communities already have that. The school zone signs have the same color. I think that would totally work. Now, since it's a yield condition, which we have stop condition stay too, then it would make sense to almost have more like a yield type of sign. I'd be okay with coming up with an entirely different sign. I don't think it's in the stars. I did write last year to the Transportation Research Board to look into this issue of signs, and I haven't heard back yet. But again, I'm doing this.
Those diamond signs are really just like notification or information signs. They're not,
Right.
according to their own standards, those are like when it has the one with the deer on it.
It's a warning.
It's not, yeah, it's just a warning that the deer might be here. So really, according to their own system, that's just saying, oh, look out, a pedestrian might be here.
Yeah.
But it's not really telling you to do anything. It's just kind of a warning is all.
Right.
So I mean, I think according to their own system, it probably should be done a different way.
Right, but if you have hundreds of thousands of signs on your system and you are the district engineer, then you can have a really strong opinion against that. I have some brochures out in the back if you're interested, if there's any community you want to hand those to, and always welcome to email me as well.
Do you know, you said the MoDOT has the money to help communities, like who would you ask about that? Maybe you?
Yes, I can point them into the right direction. It was Tara in the central office, but I think she's switching to the enforcement grant side, so I'm not sure who the new person is, but there is money set aside to help with this program.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That is a great program, and it's great to hear all about it. And our next thing is either the walk or the bike ride, which will start at 4. And if by chance you don't want to do either the walk or the bike ride, you're welcome to just go straight over to the social hour, and all the locations are in the program.
That's why I trust everyone. I was good for like 2 minutes. Yeah.